everybody. You already missed it. We drank coffee today, and we had a highball. Oh, there's still a little highball left. Okay, now there's no more highball left. We're gonna go get a spindrift, and we're gonna get started with RDNA3. Now, AMD, again, you guys know who the good guys are and who the bad guys are. The good guys are the red team, and the bad guys are the green team. So look at how nice the red team is. The red team publishes this beautiful guide for me on the instruction set of RDNA3. Okay. So let me just take you over to tinygrad for the 2% of people who watch the stream who've never seen. Oh no, rocm is total shit, man. There's so many bugs with it. I found a bug this morning where if I fork the process and then exit the child, the command queues close. But here, so this is just the example from tinygrad. It shows you that we could do matrix multiplies, and we're getting about 6 teraflops. If I set opt local, we can get that up to 15 teraflops, which is overall a pretty decent amount of teraflops, I'd say. But not really that good, because this card, so this computer has two 7900 XTXs. All right. We also have, a lot of CPUs. And we have a pathetic amount of memory because I cheaped out on the memory. But don't worry, we got more memory coming. Okay. So you can see that this GPU gets 15 teraflops on my matrix multiply. And you're like, wow, 15 teraflops, that's so fast. Yes, I've heard of Mojo. Yes, I did not watch the whole keynote. I will be excited when they actually open source things. Until when it's closed source and hype, you know how I feel about hype. When it's open source and people use it, it's good. When it's open source and I can look at how good their CI is, that tells you a lot. Okay, so if we scroll down here to the 7900 XTX, we should be getting 61 teraflops with a boost clock. But instead we're getting 15 teraflops. That's off by a factor of 4. Now, why are we off by a factor of 4? So one thing to start to look at is, so I'm using opencl. This is backed by opencl. And I wrote a disassembler. And this is what I wrote this morning. I didn't write a disassembler. I just called out to it. So you can see this here is the shader. And this is one of the worst assemblers I've ever seen. So a few things are wrong with it. You see these? Dual fmac 32. How come these other ones aren't duals? So this has a dual issue ALU, but you have to explicitly call them dual. What is ashar rev? Well, the good news is we can look it up right here in the RDNA architecture. All right, ashar rev, arithmetic shift right. Why the hell are we doing arithmetic shift rights? And then we're doing delay ALUs. I guess that's all inside the branch. Stupid disassembler doesn't understand. -6A. So I guess this branches back to 12DA. No, it can't be 12DA. There's got to be like a ×2 in there or something. Maybe not. Actually, it's probably ×4. Okay, it branches back to 11.9C. So it branches all the way back to here. That seems maybe right. What is my host CPU? I have an AMD epyc. Oh, and a few cool things. I mean, there are some really nice things about rocm. About AMD GPUs. Look at this rocm-bandwith-test, right? So this is showing me the bidirectional peak copy bandwidth. don't know why those are only... That should be higher, but regardless, I'm getting 47 gigabytes per second between the pair of GPUs. I don't know why those are slow. Maybe that's just bad programming. I should DM you? Why should I DM you? So this NVIDIA consumer GPUs do not support this. Why did it say killed? Who killed it? Oh no. All right, I will. Why can't you post on Twitch about this? You send me an email if you have something to actually tell me. Oh, so yeah, so terrible news. The AMD driver just dereferenced a null pointer. So we're gonna have to reboot the computer. I'm very sorry. Yeah, I should have done the bandwidth test because sometime that crashes the computer. Not this computer that I'm streaming on, don't worry. Oh shit. I think that's okay actually. I think that now I've set the Ethernet to be priority 1. So if it gets laggy, we can see. I set up a new... Turns out we were renting the modem from Cox. I couldn't believe it. We were renting the modem from Cox and paying money every month to rent a modem from Cox. Like 6 subscribers worth of money. Did I figure out boot delays? No, this computer still takes forever to reboot. And actually, that reminds me, I should turn it off and on. Because otherwise it doesn't reboot because the kernel panicked and it doesn't shut down clearly. All right. Well, that's a bad start to the stream, but we're going to get into things in a minute. I posted on Discord this terrible assembly code. We can just look at it. Like, okay, so this does dual FMAs, but then these are just FMAs. Like, it just doesn't look. It doesn't look structured. It doesn't look optimized. Boot times are bad for AM5. Which is AM5? Which socket's that? Wouldn't Windows be more stable? You're funny. Well, they won't update the firmware on the modem if you own it? Well, good. I don't want them updating the modem firmware on my modem. What are they going to add? Are they going to add the Cox Wi-Fi hotspot to my modem? No, I got a modem and then I got a Unify. I got like a decent setup. Oh, it says M4. Okay. cheapETH's never coming back because no one cares about crypto, guys. And you know what? You are not a subscriber, and you are the reason that we're going to subscriber-only chat. Okay, so let's see if the computer actually reboots. Come back. We miss you. Boot. I ran out of network cables, so unfortunately we can't use the BMC to do it, but that's really the right way to do it. Okay. And don't let me do that again. Don't let me run bandwidth tests. As exciting as they are, it's terrible because it crashes the computer sometimes. Like, are they kidding? What happened here? KFD debug runtime disable. Free unref page. Debug set trap. Kernel runtime. Did I get both to work? Yeah, they both work. I was copying between them before we sadly kernel panicked. Okay, so for those that don't know about GPUs, let's talk a little bit about them. So this is GPU. I hope I don't have anything else to say. I hope you guys can understand this whole diagram and we don't have anything else to say. So GPUs run code in what's called warps. So you can think of GPUs as like massive kind of SIMD machines. Okay, so SIMD stands for single instruction, multiple data. Do you want to actually learn stuff? Is this actually a stream where we're gonna, learn stuff? All right, well, we gotta wait for the computer to reboot anyway, so I guess we can learn some stuff. Okay, so GPUs are SIMD. Single instruction, multiple data. Now remember, compute can be broken up into 3 basic different things. Yuri, thank you for the gifting subs. Add mull is a DSP. Add mull load store is a GPU. And add mull load store compare branch is a CPU, right? Now, of course, DSPs can actually do loads and stores, but they can do loads that look like a sub 3. So this is not a load. I mean, it's sort of a load, but this is what I mean by a load, right? A sub y, where y depends on data. Oh, computer's back up. Depends on the data. It doesn't have very long instruction words. That's not really true. Okay, so GPUs have, they use some confusing language in here. They have workgroup processors, which are 2 compute units. I think this has to do with the fact that there's all this like legacy crap about like the warps being 2 different sizes. But okay, so what's a warp? Okay, so warp is a single instruction. So imagine 32 like cores running the exact same instruction. Right? And they're all running it, and they're all like doing it, right? So warp is a single instruction across 32. And the warp all runs in lockstep, right? So 32 of them, right? So 1/2 of a workgroup processor contains 2 SIMD32s that share 1 path to memory. I don't exactly understand what they mean by that. So they introduced something here called a dual issue VALU. And I think these are new instructions. So let's go in here, go over to tinygrad. Where was I? And let's start playing with some assembly stuff. So I'm working in tinygrad. You'll see I have extra rocm. A lot of this stuff is upstream. I'm playing in RDNA3, which is not yet upstream. And this was just some stuff I was playing with earlier, so we don't have to do a lot of stupid boilerplate. This early exec thing, I created a little multi-processing queue. If you do the fork before you initialize the CL queues, it doesn't hang. I mean, it's just the driver is so bad. I don't know what part of it's bad. If it's the user space or it's the kernel. I mean, the kernel's obviously bad because no matter what you do in user space, you should never get kernels to dereference null pointers. I'm sure this driver is just riddled with exploits. If you crash again, you'd recommend running their staging tree? No. Do not run staging. I was running something a lot closer to staging, and it was way worse. This is the only kernel. This kernel and dkms I found to be the only thing that kind of works. All right, so let's head in here. Extra rocm build RDNA3. No, it's RDNA3. Okay. So here's my assembler. You see that I'm just compiling an empty. This is tinygrad's GPU runtime called CL program. You see that I'm just compiling an empty program and getting the binary out. So a few things to note about the binary. It's an ELF. So this binary format doesn't have to be really defined to be anything. Like it can be anything. You can read the code here where we get the binary. I just do CL program get info, CL program info binaries. So this is just baked into tinygrad. The OBS stage? What? Did I do something wrong? Oh, the text is too small. Well, that's just because you have too small of a monitor, and you should get a bigger monitor and make me fuller screen. All right, we made it a little bigger. Is everyone happy? Okay. So I compiled. I wrote this nice stuff to compile rocm. And you'll see here in build, I compiled llvm. You can go to the binaries here. And we can do something like llvm-objdump -d temp cc.elf, right? So this is this thing compiled. We can look at the program. The program only contains an end program, but if I were to actually make it like do something, let's just do that. Is that fine? Now it's gonna bitch me out. It's gonna be like, you can't do that because you didn't make it a global, and now we will make it a global. Okay. So now you see that we've added a bunch more: load, move, wait, global, send message. Okay, boring, 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 boring. We'll actually make the empty program empty again. Does this make sense to everyone, what we're doing? Is everyone following? We're compiling the empty program. We're fetching the binary. We're saving it as an ELF file, and then we take a look at the ELF. Wait, where? How come that's not empty anymore? Okay, now it's empty again. Great. Okay, now the question is, how can we make our own assembler which creates this? So this is just like .text, code, and program. It's assembled using this thing called llvm-mc, which I'd never really heard of before, but I learned about this morning. LVM machine code playground, and it will output an obj file. And then we use LLD to get it, to link it. We output an ELF, ASM, and we pass the ELF in here with binary equals true. And this will like create the CL program from a binary. You can read that. That's all part of tinygrad. So I run this and I get this. So I did a search for failed to get code object ISA name. Actually, this one I just figured out. This is the first bug I fixed, and we're just going to be fixing bugs like this throughout the rest of the stream. So, oh, llvm-mca, interesting. Why we're lucky? Yeah, if you have something to send me that you can't discuss on Twitch, just email geohot at gmail. Especially if you want me to read it right now, and then I will use my discretion. You are a VIP in the channel, and you'll get certain privileges as a VIP in the channel. Okay, so we get failed to get code object ISA name. I looked into what this was using llvm-readelf. You guys know readelf? So if I do the readelf for cc.elf, I saw this OS ABI is 40 and ABI version is 3. But if I do it here, we get Unix system V and 0. So I'm not really sure how to set those in LLVM. So I just went in and modified the elf header directly in object, and then it's outputted. Okay, now we get a different error, and this is where we're going to pick up. What we're trying to do is we're trying to assemble a shader from the RDNA3 language, which is described in this beautiful 606-page manual. Thank you, AMD. And we're going to try to run it. So we're going to see if this works. RDNA3, okay, so a few things to note about RDNA3. Their tensor cores don't seem to give you more throughput than your non-tensor cores, which is actually also somewhat true about NVIDIA on modern GPUs. You get the same float 32 throughput because they throttled the tensor cores on consumer GPUs. If I set the LVM target to AMD GPU, I did, is this Arch, or you think there's something else called target? I mean, I can try triple. I don't know. Yeah, it's a target. Well, I don't see the word target. You mean a triple? I don't know if it's a triple. And I guess that would kind of make sense, actually, that it's a triple. Okay, let's see what we can find. Target triples. Okay. Yeah, I see here. So I'm looking at the same thing. Okay. Probably we'll just do it here then. That's great. Okay. So the architecture is AMD GCN. The vendor is AMD. The OS is AMD HSA. Let's see if that fixes it. Oh, okay, cool. Great. That seems cleaner. Let me check to make sure we actually did it right. ReadElf temp cc.elf -a. Okay, great. So we have 40 and 3, and we don't need this garbage anymore. So now the error it's giving me is failed to get the metadata. And I noticed metadata when I looked at the real ELF. There's this metadata? Yeah, we're probably going to have to... What format is that in? Oh, that's cool. Wait. I'll check out this wavefront size. So this wavefront size is talked about a lot in the manual. You can run things as wave 32 or wave 64, and it's basically how wide your SIMD path is. The NVIDIA GPUs and the Apple GPUs use 32. The AMD GPUs just happen to support 32 and 64. Okay. What's going to be the easiest way to create that metadata section? Adding metadata to instructions. No. I don't think that's right. It's not llvm-ir. User guide for AMD GPU backend seems pretty good. Oh, it's in a MsgPack binary format? Are they kidding? So this is just searching over all the ROCm source code. Again, big props to NVIDIA for making this all open source so we can actually make this stuff work. No. Never. Okay. Co-manager, get data, metadata. Of course, we have 7 layers of abstraction and indirection. This one. There's got to be something somewhere that, the nice thing about this all being open source is we should be able to actually find the stuff that outputs this somewhere. This this is just that same file. Oh. YAML to obj? Okay. Well, this is in a, oh, here we go. Maybe I can just do this. Fingers crossed, boys. No, don't tell me the kernel crashed again. SMU, I'm not done with your previous command. Uh-oh. Nope. And now it's crashed. And now it's crashed. And now we can't open a context anymore. Oh. Okay, I mean, we can at least run the compiler without having to do this. Wow. Can I RM mod AMD GPU? Yeah, okay, we'll try resetting the PCI device. All right, well, unfortunately, they're both dead. I don't think that's just this computer either. I think this is actually just like how buggy this driver is. Inappropriate ioctl for device. To like turn off the device and plug it back in, but I think there's no way this is gonna work. Oh, we have to restart the computer. Yeah, see, now there's no devices anymore. Okay, regardless, let's just check the ELF and see if we got that right at least. Okay, it looks like it has the metadata. All right, well, that was really easy. Wait, why is the wavefront size 128? You're right. You're right. Why did it crash? Oh, you want to try to remove it? All right, we can remove it. There's like another way to get PCI devices, is there not? This is what I was looking for. Guys, we leaked an HDMI connector. All right, you want to try rescan? Scan the bus. Probe failed. Failed to read IP discovery. idea. Like that was going to work. You think this driver manages to come back from the dead? All right, let's copy and paste this into here. And see if it's the same so we don't get stupid wavefront sizes. All right, looks the same to me. Okay, well, looks like you can use this to reset the GPU. Let's see what this does. Is this like going to use like set PCI and crap? Oh. The hell does this though? No. No, guys, come on. Half the fun is that we get to reset the computer. I'm just going to commit this. No, I'm telling you, remove bus and rescan's not going to work. You want to remove the bus? Okay, we'll remove the bus. Okay. Wait, how do I rescan? Stop wasting time. Oh, now did the computer actually reboot? I don't know. Oh, and I didn't push it. Oh, that's so useless. I meant to push it. Oh. Why is your driver so shitty? Yeah, the driver's way worse. I know. I know. And I'm not using any janky PCIe extenders. I'm using just... Is this dkms, so it's their latest driver. It's on the stock Ubuntu 22.4 kernel. And I'm not doing anything strange. Now, I don't know why it's bad. Like, I don't know if their user space... I wrote this, like, sniffer that can, like, sniff their user space nicely. This is worse than I've had it. I haven't had to reboot all morning. How do I know if it's rebooting? Man. Oh, good. I can see my streaming going through the, connect to the BMC. I don't know how I'm going to find the IP of the BMC. Here, I wrote it on the board. 185. I don't know if it's going to assign the same one, though. How do I do this anyway? Type this is unsafe? Yo! Wait. That was the best hack in the world. Yo, pants on fire. That was good. That was good. All right, we're connected to my ASRock rack motherboard. Hopefully. maybe? Are you logging in? We can see if we're getting PCIe failures. Yeah, we're getting this PCIe SAR crap. It's both devices too. I mean, this just makes me wonder, like, why am I getting these errors? Oh, we didn't have any until recently. We had some on May 3rd. I don't know. We just got them now that we rebooted. How do I tell where the computer is in booting? Does this stuff work? Powered off. No signal. This didn't work in Safari, by the way, and I didn't know how to get to it in Chrome. So this is unsafe. Did I update the VBIOS on the cards? No, do I have to do that? Does that matter? They have a debug FS mechanism to restart the GPU. Interesting. Of course they do. I mean, whoa. All right, well, that seems cool. Okay. Well, I don't like this. Power. Reset server. Make sure the server's not up. I usually run 12 GPUs in my system. Oh. How do I change that? I maybe can set that in BIOS. In the BIOS. Ugh. Making life hard. All right, it'll boot eventually. Actually, I can't change this in the BMC. I actually have to go. I actually have to plug in the fucking thing and go in and change it. Wait, we're still getting PCIe SARs. Okay. Why am I getting PCIe errors? The computer's taken apart. I'm wiggling the cards. Putting the side of the computer back on. And we'll read about PCIe SAR. I didn't have this in so long. Why is it back? Doesn't like you guys. Okay, the problem is if I switch off my monitor, in a modern PCI network, there could be many nested junk. Okay, well, this doesn't even work, so we can just close that. How's the new computer going? Well, it was going great until we went back on stream. Now we're getting PCIe errors again. Has the BMC booted yet? This is terrible, guys. We can probably play with this on my other computer. My other computer is an AMD GPU and isn't terrible. We can also put the two GPUs in there. No, it's not dead. It just takes a really long time. Because boot delay was not... There's no boot delay. I'm getting upset. You guys know I have another motherboard? I have another motherboard, another CPU. Isn't that what I pay for with AMD? That's true. That is part of the AMD experience. I should just embrace it. The hell, man? Yeah, it's some like PCIe calibration garbage. This computer doesn't need... You get your side back when you behave. It really is a beautiful computer, though. I put it in a case. You guys missed me putting it in a case. I'll show you. Why is the BMC not even up? It's in a case. You know what I wonder? I wonder if what's going wrong. Okay, it's back up. Let's see if we're still getting PCIe errors. Doesn't look like it. This therm chip one's not real. Okay. Okay. right, we haven't gotten any PCIe errors in a while. It's because I wiggled the GPUs. No, like PCIe 4. Some motherboard just got like recalled for not having working PCIe 4. All right, whatever. Whatever. We are back. Let's go. Okay, if this happens again, I think we should just throw this computer out and buy some Nvidia. Buy some Intel and Nvidia. Reliable company. Guys, I really want to like AMD. All right? All right? Why did the fan throttle up? If there's more PCIe errors. Okay. All right, we're good. Okay. I don't know if Sarah is like some actual bus thing or it can be caused by like the GPU firmware crashing at some deep level. Extra rocm RDNA3. Python 3 ASM. Out of host memory. Interesting. Oh, it crashed. No, this is a normal crash. Let's see if that's repeatable at least. Okay, out of host memory. Great. This looks like a real kind of thing. All right. Out of host memory? So I discovered some cool stuff that you can enable. You can enable AMD log level 4. Let's see if we get anything. Using code object v5. We have cc.elf and cc.elf. Let's figure out what the difference is. Make sure there's no more PCIe errors. Okay. Okay. What is this? GNU hash. I don't know if that's important. Are the loads in the same place? The real one has something called RO data. I don't know if it's important. The text section of the real one's a lot larger. It's only 4 there. Oh, I did put in PIE, which I might not need. Everything else looks the same. Out of host memory. Okay, it must be trying to allocate something really big. Let's get rid of PIE. No pi for you. Out of host memory. Cannot find symbol start. Okay, so it's probably not that. I like PIE. It makes them closer. No, it's not this. Now, because you'll see that it works if I put in asm.real here. So it's just something with my assembly not being right. Oh, I had another thing after end program. Like you're supposed to put something else in afterward, and I had it. End program. And you can do s code end. I think, yeah, it's not going to change anything. See my beautiful thing I assembled? All right, we have the note section. Why is it giving me this? Out of host memory. Okay, let's turn AMD debug to 4. No, it's not AMD debug. What is it? AMD log level. That's it. We can also debug HSA KMT, but that's mostly the runtime. Let's compare it to if we use the correct. Guys are making me use a small screen, a large font. Using code object v5, command internal marker, it all looks the same. Except here it says for init kernel name code. And this one doesn't have a kernel name. No, there's nothing to, no, I don't care about that. Okay, could it be, what is in the RO data section? There's something in there, clearly. It's at 440. There's a way to not disassemble, right? There's a way to like hex dump. Here we go. Does that look important to you? Oh, the dynamics are very... No, I don't think that matters. What is this stuff in RO data? Oh, also I might have to export this. No, I don't want to merge anything. I don't want to use that. LVM assembly export symbol. There's like some way to like tell it to like export a symbol in assembly. Yeah, .global. All right, let's try that. AMD log level is useless. Same out of host memory garbage. The question is, did I get a symbol in dyn string? No, I did not. That actually did nothing. Oh, linker LLD, and the other one is AMD LLD. Does that matter? Ew, there's an A dot out. I don't think it matters. It didn't export that symbol, though. It's in stir tab, but it's not in sim tab. Why? No. We have a flag wrong. What's code.kd? Yeah, and how come that's in the sim tab? And oh, this is in the sim tab. Weird. Okay. I mean, it has a different type. I doubt that matters. PIE flag's not there. What is? I don't know. Did that do something? Now we have our data, and it's in the right place. Okay. I don't know. I doubt the RO data matters. I bet it's like just the relocations and stuff. PyOpenCL absolutely does not bundle an OpenCL. There's no way to bundle an OpenCL. It uses the ICD. Oh. Okay, you see this? Symbol code.kd. Aha, okay. I see what it is. So there's something in RO data called code.kd that we need. I just put end program there, but okay, out of host memory is probably just generic stupid error. Okay, now we have code.kd. That's great. But let's make it match. I'll just jump the real one. Here we go. Okay, we got to do a line. Dot align hex 10. And code.kd, what is it? Word. Word. I think it's word. Separate them with commas. Unknown directive. I'm scared every time that crashes. Okay, why is that an unknown directive? I told you to make word. Why is word not a directive? Oh, it's like .long or something? Do you work? Okay, out of host memory, same error. Oh, look, the endianness is wrong. Well, that's just offensive. Really? I have to flip the endianness in my head? This is not too many of them. Oh, like, that's probably like the allocation size or some crap. All right, you work yet? Piece of shit. No, I did this one wrong. Again, I don't think it's this, but now I'm starting to think it's not this. Okay, whatever. Out of host memory. Okay. Okay, well, I made it look identical at least. So, you know, get a prize for that. Could it be the PIE stuff? When I disable PIE, symbol code.kd. Create kernel failed out of host memory. No, I doubt it's related to any of this. All right, let's dump the relocks. There's a way to do this in readelf. Relocks are a very possible place where we make mistakes. There are no relocations. A should actually be all. So if we don't see it here, I don't know what it could be. It's not that. The only things I can think of is that these, no one's looking at the type of a symbol though. That one's a lot longer. Should not matter. The addresses all match. Here we go. For ELF targets, the type directive is used like this. Type name, comma, type description. Supported attribute and type directive. Okay, maybe type font. Types supported are okay, now it's a func, but it doesn't have a size. We have to give it a size maybe too. Yeah, my program's a lot smaller. We can mess with that maybe too. I mean, they just have a lot more code ends. We'll throw some more code ends in there, but I don't think that's it. Oh. Look at that. There we go. We just had to make code.kd an object. I'm interested in the size as well. There's got to be a way to set size. Size? Yeah, set the size associated with, okay. I don't care about that. We don't actually need the size. That's fine. It's fixed. Oh, actually, it's possible that it was fixed because I did that. No, it was fixed because I set the object. Let's just A/B test that. Now we're going to get the crash. Yes. And now when I put this back in, we don't get the crash. Okay, good. So what the hell is that stuff? All right. Do you want to run the program? Let's run the program. Requires a local size. Do I really have to give it a local size? I think I actually do. Well, I could say none, I think. List index out of range. Maybe I can't say none. Oh, I can only say none for them. Never mind. Interesting. Huh. I have to create a buffer, even if it doesn't use it. Why'd we move to AMD GPU? Because we're on the red team, guys. Fuck the green team. Interesting. Okay. Let's just create a buffer. It's not a big deal. Create a buffer with size hex 10, dtype float 32 from tinygrad.helpers import dtypes. Now let's pass that buffer in. The following argument types are supported. Oh, because we have to do buff.cl. No, that should work actually. Is this just complaining because my program doesn't take any buffers? How does it know if it takes buffers? Yeah, I know, right? You can use NVIDIA and PyTorch if you want to have a good time. Or you can use tinygrad and AMD. I don't really know about this. All right, whatever, we'll bring the buffer back. What if I just do that? Okay, so look what you, oh, here, look at this, args. Okay, let's give args. Bunch of other crap changed too. Kern arg, segment align, kern arg, segment size. Nothing else changed. Let me objdump this guy. All right, still just end program. Okay, does that work? Invalid HSA metadata. Well, does that work? Invalid HSA metadata? This worked so well before. What changed? Just copy and paste this whole thing. Cool. Yo, check it out. We got -6. All right. So now we're running our own custom assembly code, which is specified right here. And all it does right now is end the program. All right. So usually the way that you test these things is you make them infinite loop. But do you think I trust the AMD driver enough to infinite loop? I do not. Okay. Okay, zeros go in, zeros come out, everybody's happy, all zeros. Great. Let's have this one just set one of the zeros equal to 1. Now let's read the code. All right, so let's copy this program. First, we're going to load a B64. That seems useful. And then we're going to do a dual mov B32. Definitely don't forget about that. Then we're going to do a weight count of the LGMK count. And then we're going to store, and then we're going to send a message to deallocate the VGPers. Did anything else change in this here? Do I have to like say, yeah, look, I have to say that I used more VGPers. Oh, I used edgivers too. None of that changed. Did RO data change? Same. Oh, that changed. Who knows what that does? And that changed too. Who knows what that does? Great. I don't know, let's run it. Memory access fault by GPU node 1. Okay, well, that doesn't seem too unreasonable. Let's just make these guys match here. Okay, so that's B40. That's the same, and this one added an 8 here. That's still 9E. I feel like one of these times we're going to crash the GPU and it's not going to work anymore. And that time might have been this time. Okay, you know what? For reference, we should also... we should run the program here too. Just make sure this program works. And then we'll look at what's different about it. Okay, good. Good. We didn't break it, guys. We didn't break it. We don't have to reboot. We don't have to reboot. I repeat, we do not have to reboot. We do need to figure out what we did differently from this guy. Okay. This matches. The rest are zeros, except for that one, that one, that one, and that one. Let's check my metadata. Okay, we increased the registers, but everything else stayed the same. Those are the same? Yeah, they're the same. Wait, that's some other problem, actually. This isn't related to the, this is failing for some other reason. Get rid of the real one for now. Assembly done. Wait, then why is it trying to... Oh, that just interrupted. Okay, never mind. Okay, something doesn't work. Can I use S on objdump? Or you say readelf? I don't know the flags. S here? Same as D, right? Okay, we get an SQ inter error. Okay, well, an SQ inter error is kind of interesting. I increased the counts. The symbol's right. I'm just going to copy and paste this in case I did something wrong. This doesn't seem to actually break the GPU, which is nice. Okay, so it's not there. It's not in my code. Just for completion, I should really get... They had a data size? Yeah, I know. They have a data size in their things. I doubt that's used. It's possible it's that. And if it is that, well, we're going to waste 10 minutes not doing that. And then if we don't solve it in 10 minutes, we'll come back and do that. But I really don't think it's that. Why are we loading this? What's S? We'll get to that in a minute. I feel like we're not going to be able to get this until we understand what's in code.kd. What did I use to dump that? But it's looping, right? What do you mean it's looping? Well, looping nothing. No, it's D for all with if you want to disassemble them. Not if you don't want to disassemble. Okay, are these the same? Yes, they're the same. Okay. It's got to be some address. You know what? Like, B40 looks suspiciously like an address. Some address just has to be different. Oh, maybe 408. What's at 408 here? Yeah, they have a thing there. No. B40? Oh! Wait, I think you're right. I think I'm just missing an end program. Oh, that was stupid. You're right. That's all it is. Good catch. XXX, the big info. You're a winner. I looked at this a ton of times. How did I not see it? Stupid. Okay, good catch. Let's just fix that. Yeah, they have this end program here, and I was just going to code end, and that throws an error. We don't actually need a code end. Okay. Same error. How does that give me the same error? All right, we'll leave the code end in just in case, but we'll also put an end program in. No. Well, it didn't fix it. Throwing the same interrupt error? Okay, I mean, which of these things is it? I can use comments, right? Is this the comments? Does that work? Wait, that's giving me an error? Okay, I don't trust this now. Don't do that. No. Aren't comments that? No, that works. That was such a good guess. Okay. What could it be? It could be my changes to this. That. Okay, that runs okay. What if I change this to 4? Oh, okay, that breaks it. What about that? Does that run? That runs fine. Okay, let's just comment this stuff out and see what we get. Oh, it works. Weird. Okay, well, we'll figure out what that does. No. Put these back to 2 since we are using 2 of them. All right, now to confirm that we can write our first custom program. Yo, let's throw some 2 in there. Let's go 2. All right, 2. Oh, look at that, 2. All right. Up, up, and oh, and we crashed the GPU driver. Oh, and that was good while it lasted. Do we have PCIe errors? Gartbind. Yeah, I agree. Couldn't handle the 2. No, we don't have PCIe errors. So this is genuinely just this is genuinely just that this driver is just crappy. I can't even kill Python. All right, where's that? How to reset the GPU? No, this isn't gonna work. Because the driver crashed. And I don't think we can RM mod it because it crashed. So that leaves us with one choice. Guys, it couldn't handle 2. It couldn't handle 2. Oh, I'm just echoing a string? Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, well, okay, you're right. I'm just echoing a string. Good point. Oh! Wait a second. Good call with me just echoing a string. Still hangs. Let's reset the other one. Oh no, that's the one that hangs. One of them works. One of them hangs. Let's try to only use that one. Am I sure there's no PCIe errors? No. Okay. Should I just put these GPUs in quiet? I could. This is awful. Hard reset. Did the hard reset work? Yeah, probably. Okay. Okay, let's learn about what each one of these commands does. Because we are writing our own custom assembly for this GPU, whether it likes it or not. Put that in my kernel command line. I don't think that's going to fix it. It's not the GPU that's crashing, it's the driver, right? And if a driver crashes, like, what do? It's just the driver's segfaulting. There's bugs in the driver. Read 2 words from the scalar data cache. Okay, so why are we loading? Untype buffer store D word, and why are we storing 2, it looks like? Why are there 2 there? Loading the address of the buffer? No, I think that's just like in there. I think it's just called S. Oh, you think that's loading the address of the buffer? I think so. Oh, okay, maybe it is. 0's being loaded in there, I say. Or it's maybe like an offset or something? You're right, that's not a global store. Force reload so that you can RM mod. I I think I can bypass the in-use checks, but like again, you really think the driver is going to boot back up and it's going to work? I don't know. I bet you it's some combination of this motherboard and these GPUs. It's terrible. I wonder how complex the hardware is. Like, how far are we off from actually just submitting to the hardware and writing our own driver? Well, we can unload the real driver. Oh, should we use the... Is the Pro driver better? Can we use the Pro driver? Is the Pro driver like this driver, just without bugs? Pro driver is closed source garbage. Well, is it actually garbage? I mean, I'll install a closed source driver if it has the same API and doesn't crash. No, like, why is this crashing? It was fine if I thought there were actual PCIe errors, but I don't actually think there's any PCIe errors. Does AMD care about this? Yeah, I have a mainstream motherboard and a Ryzen CPU we can use. If this keeps breaking, we'll just have to switch it. I don't know. It's been stable for a while, so I don't know why it just decided to go unstable on me. I mean, it's not like I'm using some obscure CPU. I'm using like a normal epyc CPU. These things are used in data centers everywhere. It's not like I'm trying to make it work with a Sun Spark bullshit. And like, I doubt that their consumer GPU is that much different from their non-consumer GPU. Though actually, wow, this looks a lot not as nice. How old is that? Oh, looks very old. Pulling one GPU out. Again, this crash isn't like, I don't have a repeatable way to repeat the, I don't have a repeatable way to trigger the crash. Now it takes forever to reboot. I can't really set it up. It's going to take some time to set up the other computer. I think I also need to buy some of those power splitters. Or I could just put the power supply into the... Why does it crash? How is this driver so bad? Yeah, this is ROCm 5.5. I have to use 5.5 or it won't build for my GPU. Not once, by the way. I mean, I did all this with CUDA too. I got like all of CUDA to run custom stuff. And not once with CUDA did anything crash the kernel driver. Yeah, it like reboots 4 times. I'm not taking a GPU out. It's dkms against what upstream source? I don't know. I apt-get installed dkms. You could try without dkms? Okay, what kernel are you running? It's not supported in the 5.15 or even the 5.19 kernels. Should we just buy the most boring junk AMD motherboard and put it in here? Gaming plus max. I hate these motherboards. You never know which ones are good. I have no idea why you think this driver is better. Like you're saying like you're concerned about stability, so you should run master? I don't really buy that. It still hasn't booted. Alright guys, this might be the end of the stream. I mean, we got it to output 2. I don't know what to say. These are brand new GPUs. Everything's new in this computer except for the CPU. I don't think there's anything wrong with the CPU. off stream I can build a consumer grade computer and see if that one crashes too. I mean, here's my other computer. You want to see it? I don't know. Let's leave it off for a few minutes and let it think about what it did. I think I'm out of slots on this power supply is the only problem. And each of these stupid GPUs needs 3 thingies. Oh, I do have 3. Okay, I do have enough. Okay, do you want to put it in this computer? I don't know. All right, guys. Maybe I'll be back on. We're gonna. I get this is just. It's frustrating. This is frustrating, AMD. This is frustrating. But you know we're gonna make it work. Yeah, I'm gonna switch stuff to my consumer computer. This is like I have like a Ryzen. It's like a normal Ryzen computer, and that's my epyc computer. I don't know if they're 8s or 16s. Okay. It's just very frustrating. We're on quiet now. Quiet's running this kernel. And we installed a single 7900. We're SSH'd in over here. And this is the runner. All right, let's install rocm. I have a rocm installed. It's the wrong rocm. So let's update these to 5.5. I don't even have this one because I didn't accept the URL. Okay. Sudo apt-get update. Now this should upgrade all the rocm packages. Sudo apt-get upgrade. Cool. Now also we're gonna get extra rocm RDNA3 up here. I have a file called rocm clone that's gonna git check out all the rocm crap. All right, we're on a new computer. Hopefully no kernel issues. It's a crappy Ryzen shit CPU. Oh, 16 cores. Okay, not as bad as I thought. We have the same 64 gigs of RAM. And there's pieces all over my floor. Look, you can see my graveyard of GPUs over there. I got a 3080 Ti, I got a 6900, and I got a 7900. By the way, if anyone from AMD is watching this, I will become more serious about fixing this if you contract me. If you don't contract me, here's kind of what I'm thinking. Guys, you know, I'm really like, I'm going to put the NVIDIA GPU in that computer. My only real complaint about NVIDIA GPUs is they don't support peer-to-peer, but I think we can actually fix that. You know, NVIDIA didn't reply to my issue, but I think I know what's wrong. There's these mailboxes, and basically just the peer-to-peer hardware is disabled. Or like maybe there's like a eFuse or something. Because it's enabled on, we have the what are they, not Tesla, what are they called, Quadro cards. We have we have an A5000, an A6000, A5000s at work. And the A5000 support peer-to-peer. And it's the same chip. They're all GA102, which is the same chip that's in that 3080 Ti. So, you know, AMD, you guys should sponsor me. You guys should sponsor the Tiny Corp. If I was getting paid by AMD, I'd be less frustrated about this. So yeah, you know, if you work at AMD and you want me to fix your shit, like, also the other problem is these companies just may not want to support what I'm doing, in which case, if AMD like does not want me to put 7, I'll buy 7 of these cards. My plan was to buy 7 of these cards and put them in that mining case over there. And I'm now starting to think that I might have blamed PCIe extenders when I didn't have to. Because it might not be the extenders, it might just be the fact that AMD shit sucks. No offense, but kind of offense. Alright, I also have a script called rocm from scratch. What's rocm setup? Oh, I should probably run that actually. Let that finish. That's going to update rocm. My clone is done. Oh, we need to build llvm. Oh, yeah, okay. Get ready for 30 minutes for that. Well, I got to finish that installing first. Actually, I think I can just install the llvm. I think there's a way to, like, install rocm llvm or something. There's a package for it. What connection is it? No. It should be x16. Oh, yeah, I can't put 2 in. Do you want to see why I can't put 2 in? Well, because here's 1, and the other one would butt up right next to it. There's only 3 slots in between them. So there's no clearance for the fans. White balance. Why is the white balance not working? Yeah, sure. Install whatever. Whatever you want. Oh, here. It's installing rocm-llvm. How is that there? Oh, because it's not in there. Okay, I should have done app cache. It's fine. What does rocm-llvm install? Do I have something else that sets up? Oh, that's hip. How hard is it to write a driver which is less shitty? Well, so for compute, it's actually probably not that hard. A lot of the complexity of these drivers is because of graphics support. Like AMD, do you want to be a competitor to NVIDIA? I can carve you out a whole niche where we're putting I can shove 4 GPUs in there. Let me show you a cool thing about these GPUs. You can do it on some 4090s too. You can take these GPUs, and if you cool them, so this is look how huge it is. But you can actually pull this fan off, and then this is a 2U card. Oh, sorry, a 2-slot card. So I can put a fan blowing air this way. I actually bought some fans to do this. NVIDIA, let's sponsor the Tiny Corp. And I'll make your shit good. They won't do it. Like, these companies don't do it. These companies, because it would be like fucking, like, they're just like, oh, no, you have to go through a process, and you have to, and then I'm like, that just isn't worth it, man. I drive a Rolls Royce, you know? Why am I going to deal with your process? I'm not. But I could actually make your card good.
Alright. And it's called rocm-llvm. Alright, let's reboot this computer. You want to see how fast this computer reboots? So fast. So fast because it's a Ryzen chip and not an epyc chip. It's because I disabled boot delay in the BIOS. NVIDIA, no, seriously, reach out. At least get on the phone with me, you know, call me. Like that time Kanye told Steve Jobs to call him, you know? Lisa Sue, you seem like a reasonable person. I took Jensen for a drive once before his stock was, his stock blew up, man. Come on. Don't you want some of their value? Okay, maybe it wasn't that fast. Maybe I was just so used to the other one, or maybe we broke it. Look at this. Look at this. And you make CPUs. And you make CPUs, and NVIDIA is a 5 times larger company than you. Why? Why? There's a reason for that. Alright, well first let's just see if the GPU just works, period. No, not because they aren't charging 3x the price. The price gouging is a bad strategy for NVIDIA. Okay, well, it doesn't work actually. Probably doesn't work though. Nope. Nope, it just doesn't work. No, it just doesn't work. We have AMD GPU inserted. Is this a joke? Is this a joke? Okay, all right, let's just assume this is something I did. Oh, I probably did do this actually. Hang on. I hard-coded stupid jammy. Oh, my bad. Let me fix this. Yay, I hard-coded jammy in here where we actually want focal. Not like, oh my god, there's still jammy shit. Oh. Terrible. How do I get what LSB release dash A? How do I just get the
just want the single. Just show to me. Now we have jammy packages. This was my fault. No. AMD would be worth more than Nvidia if they fixed their drivers and made them not shitty. Like, guys, you understand that, like, no matter how much I mess up in user space, you should never, ever, ever get a page fault in the kernel that crashes the driver. Never. No. I bet you this is exploitable. Do we need to drop 0 days on AMD to get them to listen? All right. Here's how we fund the tinygrad. Short AMD, exploit their driver, and make money. I will fix their drivers for them. I can't fix everything. I can't fix all your GPU shit, but I could actually make your compute stable on your own fucking CPU. You know? I'm not asking. You see, that's why companies won't sponsor me. I gotta put up a, I don't know, the pride flag. Then they'll sponsor. I was gonna say the American flag, but they don't go with that anymore either. A pride flag with the trans stripe, and I'm done. There we go. Now, yeah. Oh, and you just gotta but that's why the drivers don't work. See what I mean? We're buying a pride flag, guys. We're buying a pride flag. We're gonna get corporate sponsorship. Now, actually, we're in a bear market now. No one gives a shit about diversity anymore. It was kind of a good meme. Yeah, I mean that's the truth, man. That's the truth. Now we care about making money, but do we care about making money in a good, sustainable way? No, we don't. We make it so you can't search Twitter anymore without logging on. Elon, why can't I search Twitter anymore without logging on, Elon? No, I'm sure the drivers are just as unstable on the Pro cards, and I will fix them for you. I will fix them. Is this stream LGBTQ friendly? Look, guys, look, there's gay people and trans people, and then there's corporate diversity agendas.
And one of these things are, you know, a lot of cool people, and one of these things are no. You see, you gotta draw the line, right? When Raytheon waves the pride flag and now we're invading your country because we have to liberate your local gays. No. You're doing the same thing you used to do. You see what I'm saying? No, I don't know. I don't think AMD's problem is DEI. I don't know why this doesn't work. Okay. Ops rocm. Okay, I mean, we can't load Orca. I don't know if we need Orca, though. Let's see if tinygrad works. Okay. Cool. Something works. No, this is exactly what they're gonna do, man. How's Ukraine these days? Yeah, NVIDIA now makes more money off their data center bullshit than they do off gaming, I think. Which means the price gouging is only going to go up more. Because you can gouge professional people a lot. Come on, fix white balance. Why is the white balance so bad on this camera? Oh, now you ran white balance. Oh, congratulations. You found the white balance button. Great. All right. All right. Why don't I have OCL Orca 64? Which package is this included in? And why does it look for it? Okay. Well, we don't need that one. It's extra. Okay. Deep breath. Deep breath. Yeah, the progress on AMD cards is lower than expected because they're fucking driver crashes. I didn't do anything weird. I'm running normal ass Ubuntu on a normal ass kernel. We don't have llvm-mc. Now, do we have it here? No, but where does that point to? Oh, okay, cool. That's not too bad then. Looks like we can just do this then. And it goes on. Hey, we got 2s again. Doesn't it just feel more stable on this computer?
Feels faster, right? It's because we're not using the custom-built LLVM. It's because we're using the standard LLVM. No, that's not really why. What's the start address, by the way, on the real? Great, we're back to where we were an hour ago. Don't you guys feel accomplished? Don't you guys feel like we did something? The start address is in the elf header. Entry point Z. Oh no, this is the broken one. This is the real one. No, this is the fake one. I don't know. I guess that's like fine. There's a flag to this, isn't there? No, it's not called section start. I just don't like the warning. The warning upsets me to see it. Or if I just do that, does that make you happy? I have to make it global. Great. Yeah, we can fix the drivers just to spit in the face of NVIDIA. That's right. I know, AMD, come on, care, we love you. All right, we need coffee. I only have one now. Why is it stable now? Why is it stable on this computer and not stable on the other computer? No NVIDIA GPU found. Sudo apt-get remove NVIDIA star. There is no NVIDIA. I don't know. We're an AMD company, but it sucks. I can't put both the cards in this computer because the things are too close. is quiet though. I must say it's quiet. All right, guys, I just like, until if the driver's not stable, I like want to get to the bottom of this, you know? I'm tempted to put the card back in the other computer and see what we get. I mean, we could just work on the thing, but like, don't you feel like we have a mystery to solve? Like, what would Scooby-Doo do? He wouldn't give up on this mystery. Why is it crappy in that computer? Spend 3 weeks learning about PCI. Yeah, well, we could do that. Why is my thing spamming about what's NVIDIA NV link? I don't want this. Oh, it's because, what is it? System D, disable NVIDIA persistence D. Is masked, ignoring. Why is it masked? Oh. All right, let's just reboot the computer. All right, I'm gonna put the other computer back together and you guys can watch me. Now they each have one GPU in them. Where can we set this up? Sorry, it's bouncy. All right. We're going to put a GPU in this computer. It's a very nice computer, don't you think? Here's the GPU. Looks very nice. We're going to insert it in the slot closest to the processor. I mean, could the PCI be flaky? If the PCI is flaky, I take back every bad thing I said about the NVIDIA drivers. I mean, it's hard to have a stable thing with flaky PCI. How do I know if PCI is flaky? There's got to be ways to like look for this. Right, we're going to screw this GPU in. Is that a good screwdriver? I think so. Oh, is there a, did I drop a screw in here? I feel like I might have dropped a screw. We should turn the computer upside down and shake it. Found the screw. Because when I counted, the right number weren't there. Oh, this computer's heavy too. Is this stupid? Should we just accept that we found a much more stable computer and throw this one out the window? We could do that. We are rich. We do drive a Rolls Royce after all. Also, yeah, I bought this power supply, and they include stupid 6-pin power connectors here instead of all 8-pin. NVIDIA, AMD, I will literally buy 2 more of these GPUs and put all 4 of them in this computer if you fix your drivers. And then I'll buy 3 more and put them in that computer. Okay. Got to make sure your power connectors are all the way inserted, but only if you have H power connectors. You guys know H power? Okay. Yeah, because I bought a nice motherboard. It has problems. Unlike a cheap consumer motherboard, which actually works great. But they don't have enough PCI lanes. No, actually, I'm thinking about selling a product for the Tiny Corp. You guys let me know what you think about it. So what the product's going to be, let me see this card. This card doesn't have a... No, you can't stack these. It's a 3080 Ti. The fans are spinning so nicely on that computer right now, I must say. Think about it. No, would you buy this product? Okay, so my thought is to take 5 GPUs and put them in a box. All right? And use one of these guys, or maybe 2 of these guys. Some Dell power supplies. Throw a PCIe switch in there, and then it's 1 PCI 16 that goes to 5 GPUs. That gets you like a petaflop if you're doing 4090s. And it's a home trainer box. Okay, and then if you got these all working with the Pro motherboard and you hooked up 6 boxes, that's 30 GPUs. That's almost a person. No, the Threadrippers are exactly the same chip. Wait, which Threadripper? No, that's a Threadripper Pro. And the Threadripper Pro are basically just epics. A home DGX, basically, for like 1/5 of the price. All right. I don't even feel motivated to work on this right now because if the driver sucks, why am I wasting time? All right, let's look at the driver. Where is it built? User source, AMDGPU. So this is the. I want to open. No, here's the AMD driver. So that computer booted yet? Where are like the registers and stuff? Did they include all that here? What's the name of this GPU? Is it a Navi? And sell it back to AMD for millions. But see, that's the problem. And this is why they exploit people like us, man. Like, what? I'm gonna what? Oh, I'm gonna sell it back? Oh, I'm gonna hire some sleazy douchebag in a suit to like, we are the oppressed underclass, man. You know? What am I gonna hire some sleazy guy in a suit to like, oh, well, the driver is it's very, very good. And, but no, I'd be honest about the bugs. Okay, so here it is in this computer. Okay, let's write a fuzzer. And I think all I'm going to do in fuzz is this. Let's move that to RDNA3. Give it some chance. Called wait. I think it's called wait. Maybe it's stable if you only plug one GPU in. Oh, I know what likes to break it. Where's my bandwidth test? Yeah, I only plugged one in. Up! We got it! We got it! It crashed! Oh, I didn't even run fuzz. I ran asm. Okay. Now let's see if we can make this computer crash. Same crash. All right, is this the same version of the driver? Well, if we're going to fix the driver, at least we should do it on... Okay, now we have a reproduction. I did try to run asm, but I don't think that that actually caused the problem. Well, at least this computer's fast to reboot. Oh, I guess that one's 2204 and that one has 2004. It is the same version. Rocm-smi GPU reset. I don't think that's gonna... Oh, okay. No device specified. Okay, how do I specify a device? All devices. Well, I just do D0. AMDGPU, GPU reset begin. I don't think any of this is going to fix it though, because the driver is actually seg faulting. Yeah, I think I actually have to hard power this off and on. Okay, so we're ready to write a minimum reproduction for this crash? The bandwidth test is a little aggressive, but okay, again, this computer is literally a gaming computer. This is using like a Ryzen. Like, okay, I didn't buy the memory with RGB LEDs, but it's that level of memory in this computer. Like, it has memory with stupid heatsinks on it. So you know it's a gaming computer. I have an AIO water loop that has a little LED that goes like, wee-oo, wee-oo. So this is a real gaming computer, AMD. I mean, I understand. I understand that my computer is... I'm giving up a lot of performance by not running RGB LEDs, but I just can't stomach them. Okay. What do we want to write a fuzzer in? Let's see if I can reproduce it only using this. I run this in one window. I run dmessage-w in this window. I don't know why I don't reroute for that. And then I run this in this window. Okay, and now we get a seg fault. All right, I mean, I think this is actually going to be super reproducible. Let's read the driver. Is this the same crash as we saw before? Or is this the same crash as on the other computer? Yeah, pretty much. KFD runtime debug disable. Bug refresh run list, debug map, and unlock. Then we go into map queues cheapETH. And probably just nobody put, like, there's probably supposed to be a lock around this, just nobody put a lock around it. Oh. DQM lock mutex has to be locked before calling this function. You want to bet it's not locked? Or something that stupid? Or like the mutex exists in a context of a single process? It's literally probably something like this. All right, you want to try the upstream driver? All right, what is that? What is that one that you wanted me to try? The upstream one. How do I get the upstream driver? The one with like next. The staging driver, yeah, where is it? We'll try the staging driver and we'll see if we can reproduce the bug. This is a junk fuzzer. We delete. At least this computer reboots in a reasonable time. Should I buy 2 GPUs so I can have 2 GPUs in that computer? I also like having tiny, this guy. Oh, I don't want to open it in the same window. Alright, I'm going to reboot this computer and not use the GPU. No, I'm not going to reboot this computer. Unless it's... Doesn't even have any NVIDIA. Look at what NVIDIA detector returned. None, because we have no NVIDIA. Tinygrad on Q. Okay. Staging DRM next. Oh, this is a whole Linux kernel? Jeez. This is going to clone a whole Linux kernel. Do they not have it in a separate repo? Well, they have to. Where does this repo come from? Die, NVIDIA. Oh, I could use apt purge. You're right. Probably would have worked. No guarantee that it'll work with the stable Ubuntu kernel. Yo, if this ends with me installing Arch Linux, guys, AMD, you know you messed up if the solution is Arch Linux. No. No. No, the solution's never Arch Linux. Oh, Arch rocm isn't updated to 5.5. Oh, hey. Oh, I'm sure I can just install a custom Arch build script. Yo, actually, I shouldn't hate on Arch Linux. I'm upset with AMD, and I should say clearly who I'm upset with. It's not Arch Linux. I'm sure Arch Linux and all its users are wonderful people. I mean, I found another bug in their opencl implementation, and that's why I have early runner support. Guys, you know there's a solution to all this. It starts with N and ends with Nvidia. Guys, is this the solution? Their driver is actually very clean code. You know. Let me tell you something about this GPU. This GPU has peer-to-peer disabled, and this GPU also has, and you'll see I found it in CUDA IO control sniffer. It's in my driver, I think it's in TC context. Look at this. So I found this thing called SM_issue_rate modifier parameters. And if you look at the Ada architecture on NVIDIA, you'll see here that for some reason, the GPUs can do twice as fast FP16 accumulate as FP... Just look at this. Why can it go twice as fast if I'm doing FP16 accumulate versus FP32 accumulate? This doesn't really make sense from a hardware perspective. I actually think there's just this like SM_issue_rate modifier params. Why did this highlight? Yeah. These two are half speed. You look at these things and like they're set to 1 and the others are set to 0. Oh, I miss NVIDIA. But what's interesting about that
is like AMD's doesn't have anything like this. So I don't understand why NVIDIA's tensor cores are actually twice as good as AMD's tensor cores. That means you can build better tensor cores. AMD, please call me. Send me an email. Like, get a guy to call me. I can fix your shit, man. Like, we can make this like a competitor for deep learning. People can be like, I want to do deep learning. What video card should I buy? Should I buy an AMD or should I buy an NVIDIA? Right now, the only reason you should buy an AMD is if you hate yourself. Right? That's the only reason. Even with NVIDIA's nerfing of the cards, and their price gouging on their other cards. Yeah, no, if you want to suffer and struggle, you can buy an AMD card, and you can experience crashes that are literally triggerable by running your demo application in loops. I want to try an even simpler demo application. Okay, bandwidth test, maybe that's a little aggressive. Okay, that's a bandwidth test, you know? Let's get some hip examples. Yeah, your AMD drivers are crashing like every day, multiple times. What are you doing with AMD? Are you doing anything weird with AMD? Also, like, why is this hip cc not found? I thought I installed hip cc. That was actually one of the things I installed. No. For hip, I had to install more crap. Oh, hip clang? Hip dev? I don't think it's that. Your AMD works awesome? Why don't I have hip cc? Hip NVCC. Oh, hip runtime NVIDIA. Oh, maybe it is hip dev. Oh, it is hip dev. Okay, great. Okay. While true, do done. Should open this in 2 windows. Dmessage W. Okay. So if I do normal stuff, it's fine. What if I do 2 tinygrads? I love that matrix multiply example.
This doesn't seem to hit it. It seems like it only gets hit if you use the bandwidth test. Oh, no. Oh, we got something new. Oh, great. Oh. Oh, it automatically reset. Oh, and now it fell back to having a broken GPU. And now when I try to do this, it just hangs. No. Like, you don't understand. None of this stuff's related. By the way, tinygrad's not doing anything special with the GPU. It's using, literally, it's using PyOpenCL. It's using PyOpenCL, and now I got the GPU in an unusable state. I'm running normal, boring-ass Ubuntu. These drivers don't work. I'll give $1,000 to anyone who can make the NVIDIA driver crash like this. Like, by doing normal shit. You can't replicate my crash with a memory bandwidth test. Wait, you're on Linux 6.3? I tried Linux 6.3 for a while. That was a whole nother. I got all kinds of other crashes on 6.3. I believe that they might have fixed that crash. Yeah, I don't think I think that they don't crash. So a GPU is probably not gonna, like, they probably did crash for the miners. Once they like start and if only one process owns them, I'm sure they don't crash. Oh, now we gotta reboot because the GPU's fucked. Even though the reset succeeded. I'm gonna rename that directory to kernel crashes. The odds that you can fry your GPU, probably pretty low. I mean, if like I like heard the fans spin up, I would like, pull the power. Does it have anything to do with how it schedules? I don't know. No, and this is an old one before the version that actually supported it came out. How much is a second 3080 Ti Founders? Oh, they're so cheap. Should I buy it a friend? Should we get NVIDIA peer-to-peer to work? Should we just like switch? Should we just like I kept the boxes. Should we just put the AMD GPUs back in the box, return them to NVIDIA, and buy some 3080 Ti's? What do you want? You want one of these crappy GPUs? You don't. You think you do, but you don't. You don't. I'm saving you a lot of headaches by not sending you one of these GPUs. Okay. So first, we're going to rename this directory to kernel crashes, plural. Of jailbreaking NVIDIA GPUs? You could probably do it, but like, is that really sustainable? There's a reason I don't do jailbreaks anymore. You know? It's like, do you want to waste your time fighting against a company who just is not incentive aligned with you? The real jailbreak for NVIDIA is to... You want to get NVIDIA to unlock their GPUs and like leave them unlocked? You want to get NVIDIA to fix all this shit? Why is some fan spinning? You just make AMD good. You make this a real competitor, and then they start losing market share. I don't think there's another way to do it. That's the jailbreak for NVIDIA. But AMD should be paying me to do this. Why didn't that one syntax highlight? This one thinks it's ARM. Oh, that's cute because it has RIX and stuff. I'm not sending them an email. They can watch my stream. Oh, then I send them an email. What do you mean by them? Hey, Lisa Sue, your shit sucks. I spent $2,000 on these cards, bro. tinygrad doesn't have any. tinycorp doesn't have any money. Do you know how many 3080s I could have bought? 4. No, like, guys, NVIDIA's not even that scummy. Like, it's not that bad what NVIDIA's doing. I wish they're stupid, like, you can't use these in the data center. Just creates, like, a stupid chilling effect. Like, it's one thing if they don't sell them to cloud providers through contracts, but to put that in the license agreement for CUDA, like, that's just low. Is he mad or something? Yeah, bro, I'm mad, and you just got banned! That's right, bro. We just banned that guy. Look at that. Yeah, seems to be pretty common. Anyone else experiencing crashes? Yeah, because it sucks. Okay, we have to figure out how to build the latest version of the driver. Let's start there and see what we can reproduce. I should track which version of the driver these are. Not really. NVIDIA has some stuff where they say, like, you can't use the cards in a data center except for... It was just like, it's not even enforceable. It's just so distasteful when a company does stuff like that. If you Google it, like NVIDIA CUDA data center machine learning license. Like, I just remember reading this, and it was just so... You just set up such, like an adversarial relationship with, you know, your customers. Like, do you make money on the cards or not?
The software is not licensed for data center deployment. Again, like this isn't even legally enforceable, but it just creates, you know. Yeah, exactly. You just call it a compute cluster, right? Oh, they partner with Baidu. Well, Baidu can't write software either. Less successful. Guess what? It's 5 years later and you're still less successful. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, oh, dude, we recognize, see, you know, it's just. I mean, but the only way, look, there's only one way to make companies listen. And this is something I've learned. You're never going to do it by jailbreaking anything. You're never going to do it. Like, it's just stupid. And they will always win in the long term, right? Who won in the long term? Apple or the jailbreakers? Right? You lost. You lost. The only way to win and to beat these people is to build something better than what they have. Right? Because that will get companies to respond. Companies respond out of one thing, fear. You have to make them feel fear. And they do not feel fear if you're, you know, jailbreaking their shit. They feel fear if their competitor is better than them. They feel fear. Actually, they don't even feel fear when their competitor is better. They feel fear when people start saying, hey, wait a second. I'm not going to buy an iPhone. It's not open. Right? I still use an iPhone. That's how, I mean, and that just says something about how bad the phone ecosystem is, right? Like Google put their own. I mean, I'm way more worried. At least Apple seems somewhat customer aligned, right? I would never use an Android. Who knows how much spyware Google shoved into that? But the whole phone is spyware. Android is the biggest piece of spyware to ever be created. It is literally spyware for Google. All right, so you want to start a GPU company? Well, let me tell you something. And here's everyone who wants to start an AI chip company. If you're not capable of writing a driver for the AMD GPU, you definitely cannot build your own GPU. Right? Have Jim Keller send over some PCIe cards. You know what? Hey, Jim Keller, I'm waiting, right? I have very little faith in tensor. You know, maybe, again, can Jim turn it around? Maybe. I have a lot of respect for the man. I think he's a genius. But tensor, again, ship a card. Right? Like we can sit here and we can shit on AMD all we want. But guess what's right here? It's a card. And I bought it on Amazon and it showed up. Right? So every other one of these little fucking companies, like Tensor and Cerebus and Grok, like, where's your card? Where's your card, bro? So you know, your best bet as a company is to make drivers that work on the AMD GPUs. And to hopefully get AMD to pay for that. And you know, for however much better the NVIDIA drivers are than the AMD drivers, they seem way better. There's a company whose drivers are so much better even than NVIDIA's that I've never even seen anything resembling a crash. And it's Apple. All right? I'm streaming right now to you on a Mac Pro. Have you ever seen this thing, kernel panic? I can sit here and like abuse the CL API all I want. I can throw anything at that kernel and it's not going to crash. Right? And there's a reason. They're the king. $2.75 trillion. Right? Literally, if the only thing you knew about these three companies was the stability of their GPU drivers, it would perfectly predict It would perfectly, their market caps are exactly the stability of their GPU drivers. Yeah. Build GPU drivers so don't crash and you'll be over there. I mean, like, Apple fortunately hasn't made us, their business model isn't scummy yet. Right? No one, they're not trying to sell anybody like you know, Nvidia could be so aligned, but they became scummy with the Pro cards and the data center stuff, and like, I mean, it's because they kind of have no competition. I mean, Apple kind of doesn't have competition either, but they understand like Apple understands the long-term value of their brand, right? Whereas Nvidia doesn't. Right? And wow, it's come back. Yeah, I guess someone looked at the AMD driver and was like, never mind. I know. Okay, can I see this on a log scale? I wish Google Finance was better. Does the market cap cause good GPU drivers, or do good GPU drivers cause high market cap? Good GPU drivers cause a high market cap. Definitely. No, I mean, the CPUs are good, and I mean, there's another great tragedy of a company, right? AMD makes great hardware. It's sad how bad their software is. I mean, this card is great. It's just like, why doesn't their driver work? Asahi's cool. Yeah, I mean, it's just, you look at the code outputted by Apple shader, it's so clean. Like, I looked at the code that was outputted. I have a disassembler in tinygrad for the Apple shaders, and they look so good. Like, I can't compete with them. Nvidia will change before they fail. I don't want Nvidia to fail. Like, I like Nvidia. I just wish I liked this Nvidia. Right? This Nvidia was like a reasonable, humble company, and then, I mean, this Nvidia was out of control. They're gouging on their little chips too. Like, we can't use any of their little chips in new comma devices because they're 2x too expensive. And there they actually do have competition. Again, the software is much shittier, but you deal with Qualcomm. What about Intel? Well, let's see how good their GPU drivers are. We can tell. Their GPU drivers are actually surprisingly worse than AMD's. I'm sorry, but their drivers are worse than AMD's. Intel's making GPUs. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, you wouldn't believe. By the way, you would not believe trying to work with Qualcomm as a company. You would not believe trying to buy chips from them. We had a sales guy straight up lie to us for months. And then I finally got in touch with a better sales guy by emailing the CEO. And like, that guy just kind of brushed me off. I mean, he said, yeah, the other guy lied to you. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, you just have sales guys who lie to you? And this is okay? Well, yeah. Okay. And then he didn't lie to me. He just, didn't reply for like a month. Sent them 3 emails. They, Again, they're not a company who wants to sell chips, and they're going to, yeah. No, I mean, I don't like understand. This really aggravated me. This aggravated me more than anything else at Comma, trying to buy chips from Qualcomm. Like, I'm going to make chips. I'm going to write stable drivers. I hate all these people. When I say Nvidia has a real moat, I mean, no one has a moat, but yeah, I mean, look, again, the 4090 is a great card. The 4090 is really, really good. It's hard to, like, you know what, Nvidia? Here's my advice to you. If you do 3 things, get rid of respond to my peer-to-peer issue, unblock the peer-to-peer, disable that MLA dispatch, and go ahead, make your GPUs twice as fast, because you know you can, and then remove that the banning from use in the data center thing. If NVIDIA did those three things, they would restore so much goodwill with me, and I think with a lot of people. NVIDIA, like, what do you want to do? Do you want to run business scams for the next 5 years? Do you want to run business scams for the next 5 years and have people hate you so much that they're willing to put up with the AMD drivers? Or do you just want to be the company that ushers in the singularity? And see, that's the thing. They're run by the founder. Like Jensen, I don't know who you're listening to. And I've said this before. You know, I don't know who this guy's listening to. He's a great guy, actually. And I think he knows. Like, do you want to usher in the singularity or do you want to run business scams, you know? Oh, yeah. No, the rest are complete garbage. When you look, the 4070 is fine, too, at this price point. The 4080 is anyone who buys a 4080 is a moron. TPU is still a thing. Oh, there's another great company. Think you're ever going to buy one of those TPUs? No way, man. Google, look at this Steve Yege and the platform rant all over again. If you guys never read this. Right? And this is worth reading, and it's basically why Google will never, like, Microsoft runs on Azure, Amazon runs on AWS, Google does not run on Google Cloud. I don't know about the laptop one. The desktop 4080 is a huge scam. No, if you bought a 4080, you're an idiot. I'll show you why. So the 4070 at this price is reasonable, right? But let's just do a ratio of let's just divide out the flops, right? So this divided by 82.6, you're paying $19 per teraflop for a 4090. For a 4080, you are paying $24 per teraflop. And then for so the 4090 is the best deal per teraflop. The 4080 is the worst deal per teraflop. Yeah. No. What do you mean not depends on your budget? Do not buy a 4080. Buy a 4070. Buy a 4070 and save your money. Is the 4070 Ti good? Maybe. Okay, you also have to look at which chip they're using. Look at this chip. Like, this chip is a marvel, too, the 8102. The 8102 is a 600 millimeter TSMC 4 nanometer chip. Is Alex home? We're streaming and we're very angry.
Why?
The AMD drivers don't work.
What?
The AMD's drivers have all sorts of bugs. We should build the latest one, and you know, it's just. I have a normal. I put it in a normal computer. I put it in quiet. It's a normal computer. It has a Ryzen.
No work.
It just crashes. I have 2 ways to crash the driver, and like not doing weird things. Literally just running sample programs in loops.
Weird.
Yeah. So then, like, we did a whole rant, and it turns out that companies' market caps are proportional to the stability of their GPU driver. AMD, NVIDIA, and then the one no one ever talks about, who makes really actually great GPUs now. Apple. You ever seen this crash? You ever seen a Mac crash?
Not really.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
Exactly. Did you buy a 4080?
No.
Good. See, she didn't buy a 4080. She's not an idiot like everyone else who bought 4080s.
Not dumb. That's right.
Um,
Not nap time. But I was hungry.
Yeah, I'm hungry too. Where's lunchies?
What? You want some Charlie's?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have tortellinis.
That's kind of what I wanted.
Alright, tortellinis?
Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna install a new AMD driver and see if we can reproduce the crashes, because we shouldn't hate on it until we've installed master. Then once we install master, if it still crashes, we can really hate on it.
I tell people that about OpenBound.
That's right, so sit back.
You can't complain until you try it as it was designed, and then I'll look at your feedback, which I think is reasonable.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, our releases should be stable. It shouldn't be as bad as the AMD GPUs.
Well, you've been surprised at how many people just like run master and don't know what it is.
Well, you know, it's like Arch Linux
Terrible
users.
thing happened.
They probably also have Arch Linux on their computer and don't know what it is. Hey, Toonie T, we speak English in chat. No offense to non-English, but we just speak English in chat. It's all good, man. Don't worry, you're not banned for that. Like that guy who asked me if I was mad, bro. Yeah, mad. Yeah, I'm fucking mad. All right. Okay. So why... Can I build a module from a GPU from a newer kernel? I just don't know. Where does this package come from? That looks to be the same. Alright, well, do you know what we know about rocks? Rocks are stable. And if we install the one called rock, it should work. Don't you think? Config DRM disabled. Try at least kernel. I tried kernel. Do you think this kernel's too old? I tried newer kernels, and literally, if you can believe it, they crashed more. Qualcomm's GPU drivers are pretty good. They're actually quite simple. I never saw a kernel panic with those either. Yeah, Qualcomm stuff is very hit or miss. If it's water kernel, what's a water kernel? All right. Should I just install? Do we want this kernel? All right, here, we'll use mainline. Okay, so you installed 6.2. All right, we'll install the latest 6.2. We'll install the latest 6.2 and we'll see if anything still crashes. Okay, sudo apt-get remove NVIDIA AMDGPU dkms. Okay, no more dkms. We're gonna download
kernel 6.2. I tried 6.3 and nothing was stable. Why were there errors? Maybe SSL 3? What? I did install Xan. I did install. Oh, whatever. Okay, the headers won't be there because I don't have the latest libc. I don't think I can upgrade that. I think that's just a question of having. To be fair, I didn't try 6.2. I tried 6.3. Let's reboot into 6.2. And it seems like I can't actually install this. Because my libc is too old and I can't upgrade that unless I upgraded. Why the kernel headers depend on libc, I don't really understand. Right? And libc is not going to be linked with your kernel, I don't think. If you cannot find the Discord for tinygrad, you do not belong in the Discord for tinygrad. Don't you love how fast this computer boots? Okay, let's see if we can make it crash. All right. Crash 1, rocm-bandwith-test. We should also check to make sure we actually guys, I literally I just booted the computer, guys. I literally just booted the computer. So you're telling me we don't even have a GPU right now? Yep. Okay, hang on. This might just be stuff I did. We want to uninstall this one. This might be the wrong firmware. GPUs aren't supposed to go in computers that boot. think I have to install this firmware somehow. Oh, there's a way to like install it. Is that one of the things that comes with the kernel? Possible missing firmware. Okay, we need the firmware. Linux firmware AMD install. Firmware AMD graphics package. Okay, except this is really ancient. Should we try it? No. No, I'm not trying some random. Okay, where should the firmware live? Why is that stuff still in there? I don't have Debian, okay? Okay, it's still complaining about them all being missing. Does the AMD website not have it? Well, yeah, but I had it installed from the AMD website, and those were the broken ones. Oh, now dkms works again. Oh, and it's building for the kernels that I don't even use. You can do laundry. Okay, we're missing this file. Where is this file? So basically we can't do yeah, I get it. Okay. The reason we didn't have this problem before is because of you're on 22. I don't want to use the other computer. It should be GNU Linux firmware, guys. All right. I mean, I don't know. We can just do this. It's not too bad. It's just firmware. Oh. Okay. PSP33 SOS firmware failed. Okay, we have it. I don't know. You want to reboot? Should we upgrade to Ubuntu 22.04 on this computer? Oh yeah, on those old. This card is literally Is there an AMD crash in there? Yes, there's an AMD crash in there. Failed to load PSP firmware. Oh, wait, do I have to... I might have to remake... If I copied them in, hang on, I might have to remake the, No. Did I rebuild a NitRAM FS? No, maybe I didn't. How do I do that? Just making it RAMFS? No, too difficult. Update init RAMFS. Okay, do you notice how there's a lot less of them now? But I don't actually think it's not being found. I think it just can't be loaded for some reason. All right, one more reboot. What like Linux is this supposed to work with? Should I install Red Hat? They developed it on Red Hat? Can I install Red Hat? You know what? If you're an Arch user... Hey, at least this computer reboots fast, okay? Oh. Okay, hang on. I don't see any crashes. Whoa. Wait. It just worked, guys. It worked. Okay. Okay, we're in.
Whoa, seems pretty stable, guys. Look, I haven't seen a random seg fault yet. All right, all right. All right, let's add in a few more things. Oh yeah, Lisa Sue, you fixed it. Wow, guys. Look at this stable computer. Oh, no, there we go. Okay. So it looks like this fixed in wow, I mean, that was stable for like so long, guys. No, it's a race condition. Get a vertical screen for how long the errors are. Great. Pro tip. Our install is very normal. It's not weird.
I mean, either way, this is the upstream kernel, and I'm getting a seg fault. Well, this is actually different. This isn't a seg fault in the driver. Do they recommend a Linux distro? Well, also, this is an old rocm. Can we see the rocm installation guide for 5.5? We can. Okay. Well, it supports my kernel. It also supports the other kernel I tried. This computer is 2204. This computer is 2204. No. It is officially supported by rocm now. Really? Is it not? Can ping them for support. What? Should you write a new driver? I'm like, how hard is it to write a GPU driver? I don't want a real GPU driver. I don't want any user space shit. Like NVIDIA, I could keep all their kernel because it's nice. Wait. You know what? I have an idea. I'm going to put my RDNA2 card in. A few things I'm going to do. First off, sudo apt-get remove I won't be able to use great RDNA3 instructions, and we'll have to download the inferior RDNA2. This, by the way, is supposed to be the default supported configuration. How old a kernel does this thing have? Why is it? I don't know. Where is this, by the way?
they encountered a bug. Hey, but why are these drivers so bad? Is this a hardware bug? All right, guys. If it's a hardware bug, we need to short AMD. You know, we could have discovered the bad soldering on those Apple, and you guys know the story of why Apple doesn't use NVIDIA, right? Way back in 2008, Apple used to ship laptops with NVIDIA GPUs. NVIDIA gave them a bad soldering profile. So the balls on the GPUs didn't, why is it building all these stupid kernels? No, you're gonna stop. Now stop building stupid kernels. Which kernel do we actually have? Fine. Build it for my one. No, you're building too much. What other kernels do I not care about? This one wasn't even, no one even liked that. Oh, and that one can go too. They give them a bad soldering profile. So the GPUs weren't fully soldered and some laptops broke. Apple was so upset about this, especially because NVIDIA didn't take responsibility for it, that Steve Jobs said, fuck NVIDIA, and we're never going to use an NVIDIA GPU again. And that's still true to this day. Yeah. NVIDIA made them look bad. And then they realized they couldn't use AMD GPUs because they were terrible, because the drivers don't work. I don't believe this. Like, I bought an RDNA3 card. Why does this not work? Well, after what Nintendo did to Gary Bowser, OpenCL was actually created by Apple. The epyc CPUs are very nice. AMD made a very nice CPU because they didn't need to write any drivers for it. It's all the drivers. Well, so what are we going to have to write? RDNA2? I'm currently removing my RDNA3 GPU. Should we return them? Will that send a message? And we'll plug in my RDNA2 GPU. Why do I not feel like it's going to be stable? Like, I feel like it's going to be the same thing, except slower and crappier. All right, let me slide in all these little 6-pin connectors. Ooh, they face the other way on this GPU. They click better on this one too. So Red Devil, made by Power Color. No, and actually, I bet you the performance isn't nearly as good as they thought it was because their compiler doesn't work properly for dual issue. In order to get the performance from RDNA3, you have to use dual issue ALU commands. And actually, we're gonna, even our example actually managed to use one. Our little assembly example. Okay, I can't get the other screw in. This card is so big, it definitely needs 2 screws. So, 2 screws. Red Devil. It lights up red, guys. They're not kidding. Oh, AMD Windows graphics driver does use their in-house compiler, you're saying. Okay, CL info. Okay, it shows up. Let's get the tinygrad matrix example and see how long it stays stable for. Let's first try it once. Okay, it gets about half the gigaflops of the other card. While true, do, done. Now let's run 2 of them. I mean, I know 2's a lot for the AMD driver. I'll get a module version. Wow, it's a lot of info. Pretty cool. Wow, look, this one hasn't crashed yet. All right, let's throw a rocm-bandwith-test in there. In a loop? Guys, it's been stable now for like 10 minutes. By 10 minutes, I mean like not 10 minutes, but like, you know, you take what you can get with. Oh, no, here we go. Whoa! But it came back! It crashed, but it recovered. Okay, I mean, this just seems like a somewhat normal page fault. Does this have PCIe 4, by the way? That's PCIe 4. Oh, we got another one. But this one doesn't actually crash it forever. Actually, we obviously have PCIe 4. Look at those bandwidths. Okay, so we found the stable one. You just can't use the new one. Oh, Hotz my GPU. Not hot. Oh, you want to get brutal? Let's throw a GPU burn in here. By the way, this is what stability should look like. I mean, I'm even ignoring the fact that it is crashing sometime, but at least it's recovering. I don't know why this is barely drawing any power, though. Yeah, like I'm trying to probe. Yeah, okay, so I mean there's crashes, but they're not fatal. Where's that one hung?
cares? I wanted to put the two cards next to each other, but I realized that I already put one back in that machine. The drivers don't work, guys. Does the hardware not work? And one of those things looked clearly like a driver bug. The one that was fixed looked clearly like a driver bug. But the one this one, MES might be in an unrecoverable state. Like, this could be a hardware failure. Are we failing to add a hardware queue or failing to remove a hardware queue? We failed to add a hardware queue. Should we return these? I'm going to check how long I have to return them on Amazon. I think it's probably like 2 weeks. No, PyTorch does not solve this problem. Here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to keep these cards out of my computer. I'm going to keep playing with RDNA3 a bit. And AMD, if you reach out to me about fixing these drivers, I won't send the cards back. Otherwise, I'm sending the cards back. I'm going to buy some 3080 Ti's and fuck AMD. Yeah. And then you know, we're just going to have to make chips. Because like, you know what, AMD? You don't even have to pay me. I'm not even asking to be paid. You know, the only thing I want, like, I want you to show me that you care. I want you to show me that you actually care about supporting this. And I mean, if you do, okay, let's have a conversation about it. Just really show me that you care. Show me that you would appreciate me launching a box that has 5 of these in it that people can put in their home machines. Yeah. And then, you know, we can look into what's wrong with the drivers. Like, do you have... I'm not tweeting at anybody. You guys can tweet at them. If they respond to me, they respond to me. Enough people watch this stream that they should they should be able to get in touch with them. Like, your drivers don't work. To be fair, we still haven't tried the absolute latest. Should we put the RDNA3 back in and try trunk? I should have tried trunk. And we can't put the RDNA2 and the RDNA3 in. Who knows what kind of bugs that's going to cause. All right, let's upgrade to trunk while we still have the RDNA2 in there and make sure it works. All right, who wants to build a Linux kernel from source? your own kernel is quite easy. If you have not built a kernel before, Disco Dingo? How old is that? Whatever, those don't seem like harmful things to install. Is our RDNA3 is the first chiplet GPU? I guess it is. No, I'm not making fucking menu config. I'm too old for make menu config, okay? Like that shit was funny when I was 9. How did Linus let this crap in the kernel? I mean, you know what? I get why he did it. Like, I get why he did it. He's like, well, it's better to have them, you know, be in the kernel than not be in the kernel. All right, we're building trunk. Did I actually manage to finish checking this out? I think I did. Seems fine. All right. What version of the kernel is this? These cards have been out for a year, though. Like, did they just ship broken shit? We're gonna try trunk, and if it doesn't work in trunk, I really hate returning stuff, guys. But I do ask that if you're gonna ship a GPU, I expect a stable graphics driver. Is that too much to expect, guys? People talking about the fucking chair. Check the Arch Linux wiki. Make menu config. Can I make old config? All right, let's try this. Okay. How do we feel about the clock source watchdog maximum allowable skew in US? No. We're going to figure out how to download the... Get the latest kernel. Where's the config? Oh, maybe I have that config? No, I don't, but I can install it. You can give me the config? Where are you getting this config? No, I know, but there's an old config, and there's too much shit changed. Okay. I assume it's based off 6.3. I know it's in proc config J. But I know it's there, but that's the current kernel. I'm going to install this. Why did you download index.html? Oh, now it's going to tell me it can't install the headers. Because I don't have the right version of libc. Guys, this is Arch shit. I should just be using Arch at this point. All we do on streams, we try to do real things on streams about AMD GPUs, but we end up just building kernels and LLVM. Okay, now we have this config, so we can copy this config into the rock kernel driver. Now I can make old config, and I shouldn't be harassed with too many questions. No, don't restart config. Make clean. I don't know what Mr. Proper is either, but we might have to make that. I haven't built a kernel in so long. Oh, no. Okay. Let's make old def config. All right, cool. All right, guys, just for old time's sake, what do you think? We'll make menu config. Let's take a look and make sure the driver is being built as a module. Where is my driver? Graphics support? G. No VALU, AMD GPU module. HSA kernel driver. Great, it's part of the AMD GPU module. Okay, that looks good. Okay. Ooh, I can make deb package. You think that's gonna work? What? There's a bug in the... That's probably not a bug. It's probably just my thing. Wow. Can you really make deb package in the kernel? That's pretty crazy if that's true. Okay, this is named rock. It has to be stable, right? Maybe that's what they thought. If they named it rock, it'd be stable? Cool. Deb package is built into the kernel. You know, it would be a lot faster if I had 64 cores, but instead I only have, oh, I actually have 16. I don't know why I only did 8. I have a good Ryzen, don't I? Yeah, it's a good Ryzen. Oh, it was a good Ryzen at one point. Okay, no rule to make Debian canonical cert. Okay, that just has to be in the config, right? Yeah, I don't need any of these. What do we do when we do NVIDIA, when we do AMD streams? We build things. We build kernels, we build LLVM. All right, AMD, this is your last chance. I literally built your latest trunk driver. I'm going to get your trunk driver installed. I'm going to confirm it works with RDNA2. I'm going to put an RDNA3 card in. And if I can make the kernel crash by literally opening and closing opencl contexts, which is all I'm doing. I'm opening opencls, using pyopencl, running kernels, and closing them. And if that makes your GPU, you know what, I'm not even going to say crash. I'm just going to say irrecoverably crashes. It can kernel panic. It can do whatever it wants. The bar is really low here. The bar is really low. Like, do you understand a comma? We have a device that sits there all day and boots OpenPilot and shuts OpenPilot and boots OpenPilot and shuts OpenPilot. Like, it seems like you should have some fuzzing tests that test this stuff. Maybe you do, and maybe it's fixed in trunk. Okay, we're gonna hope it's fixed in trunk, boys. If it's fixed in trunk, I'm like, you know what? Everyone's you gotta just give people the benefit of the doubt. You gotta just they fixed it, and that's good. But if it's not fixed, my deal is on the table. Literally, I'm gonna put the GPU on the table and talk about how my deal's on the table. Oh, it's definitely fixed in trunk. All right, great. Building a kernel, no, it doesn't take this long if I get my good computer. But instead, I have this computer. Wow. Ubuntu builds a lot of crap. Have AMD drivers always been this much worse than NVIDIA's? Building. It's building. The kernel's building. It's building. Oh, we can also uninstall that other kernel now. No funding. It's seen as a loss center, not an investment. Then I don't think they're going to take me up on my offer, guys. Is this actually using all my CPUs? All right, good. By the way, you know about hyperthreading, right? That's actually all the CPUs. When you look at the load average of the system, it's 22 now, and I only have a 16-core computer. It's pretty bad. Can I get better Ryzens? What are the new Ryzens? And does it fit in the same socket as this one? If I just buy a new CPU, can I just shove it in the hole? Why is there... I have a 5950X. I bought the nicest one here. Can I buy anything better? Socket AM4. New socket AM5. Ugh. Oh, it supports PCIe 5. Oh, so exciting. Ryzen 7000s. Are these launched? Can I buy these? Same crappy number of threads. How much faster is that? Not worth it. 30% more money for 10% faster. Yay. And it's kind of bugged. Great. Did you know building a kernel took this long? I mean, I guess Ubuntu must build every driver, but still. All right. again, let's go back here and let's see. My card's called like GF, is a card called that or something? I know it's like 11,000. I have it here. Wait, what? That's not in the driver? What's the actual name of the chip? What's like the code name of the chip? Navi3. Yeah, I'm sure with a tuned config, but you know, we got to build everything. Okay, we don't have Navi3s. You know what? AMD names their shit better. You can go in the AMD driver. If you haven't looked at the NVIDIA driver, yeah, we're on RDNA3. We're trying to build a kernel. So what's the actual name of the chip? Graphics Compute Die, Navi31. Can I search for Navi31? The latest Mesa? It shouldn't use Mesa. Oh, here we go. Okay, what's a yellow carp? Is that the one I need? Codename Plum Bonito. Okay, okay. Plum. You sure it's a Plum Bonito? Oh, it's a Plum Bonito. You're right. All right. So now we just need the docs for a Plum Bonito. I wonder if all the docs are really in here. NVIDIA did not include all their registers in the driver. Sure? No, it's not mobile, is it? No, this is the real one. It's Plum Bonito. Oh, it's called GFX11? Oh, that might be easier to find. Okay, it's GFX11. Oh, which kind of makes sense because it's 1100. All right, fine. How do the names get generated? I don't know. Someone comes up with them. And you know, I'm just thinking of the Hollywood Undead. What are you gonna do after we get signed by 30-inch spinners and pimp my ride? Be there that night and save Tupac's life. Or go back in time. Be there that night and save Tupac's life. Then pay my fine for getting caught fucking on the Hollywood sign. Man, Hollywood Undead just came out with a new album and it's so sad. Like, you know, it's just like these people just like the lyrics just sound so generic and bland, you know, and that's what I love about Tom DeLonge, man. Tom DeLonge, you know, I saw him once in concert, and he's like, "Yo, how many of you going home to fuck your dog tonight?" Yeah, right. Like, and that's why Tom DeLonge's awesome. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, boys. Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. Oh, ZSTD not found. Well, maybe we didn't need that one. You just know.
Actually, I watched some good videos of people debunking all the no. All the debunking all the Navy videos. There's some really good debunking YouTube.
Hey mom, there's something in the back room. Oh, what? Disable GPA mode. Writing more D words to the ring than expected. Has anyone like seriously read these drivers? Is there like a good like, hi, I read the AMD drivers and can tell you how they work? It's mad that I don't have like Z crap or something. ZSTD. Oh, that's Facebook's compressor. Oh no. No, don't clean. No. You're making clean? Please no. Please no. Please don't have to rebuild everything. Just gonna have to rebuild everything. Oh. I feel like we made clean and we're gonna have to do this again. Oh no, we're good, we're good. No, maybe we're not. Nope, it's remaking everything. Okay. We'll just sit here and wait. I mean, this is my fault that I can't build a kernel, so, you know. Which microcodes get loaded? Oh, now it's just going to be covered in crap. It's probably like the NVIDIA drivers, you can like enable a lot of debugging stuff. Dev info stuff. Wait, what? The only thing that calls this is a self-test? No, okay, so I think this V11 stuff is the GPU. It's GPU V11. I can't believe it made clean. That said that would work, but it didn't. Okay, make install kernel. Does that work? Can I just make install? Will it work? Sudo make modules install? Sudo make install? Okay. I need to remember to mod post. Didn't say I have to. Press enter repeatedly. We have to wait while this builds again. It's even gonna boot. We're gonna do all this, and this new kernel is just not gonna boot, and then not be able to recover the computer, and then we're just gonna end this stream on a sad note, and these GPUs are getting sent back. Because if you have to build a custom kernel, I have both versions of Ubuntu that you claim to support. I'm using your dkms package. I don't want that config. That config's for an old kernel. I stole the mainline kernel 3.91 config. Why custom kernel? Because we're trying trunk. We're trying trunk. That's the respectful thing to do when you have drivers that don't work before you send the hardware back. I never send stuff back, guys. Okay, here's my deal with NVIDIA, with AMD. I don't want money. I want a registered document. I want all the documentation you have on this GPU. And then, yeah, just release all the documentation you have on this GPU, like your RDNA3 architecture. And then I'm happy. Like, I want to understand like what this thing's doing, and I'll write a real driver for it. Not a real driver. Look, I don't mean to insult the driver. And like, part of the problem, part of the things that are annoying is, yeah, you got to deal with like all this bullshit. You got to go like way back in time. And you got to support everything. And then you have to support graphics, which is way more complicated than compute. Like, you have to support going back to like OpenGL 1.0, and like maybe you wrote an emulator for it, it's well abstracted, but you probably didn't. Why 5? Why is this one 5? Like, what's SOC 15? Do I have a SOC 15? Apparently I do. So I can use the aggregated doorbell. Obviously, we have to aggregate the doorbell. They put a PSP inside of it. I want documentation. What is a PSP? Oh, the platform security processor. Great. All right. How about a VEC? Do I have one of those? VCNs? We're blackmailing them. We're making them an offer.
They can refuse it, and their drivers will continue to suck. No, never mind. I take back my deal about the documentation. Because it's not going to be good documentation. How much should I pay for these? These cards are $1,000. And I bought 2 of them. Yeah, right? I could have bought 4 3080s. Oh, DECnet protocol. That's great. Yeah, I understand. You're making fun of me for not using a minified config. What is SOC 15? Why don't you include at the top of this thing what SOC 15 is? We've clearly had one back on Raven and Vega. You know what? I don't know all your code names. I know all of NVIDIA's code names, which kind of helps me. Wait, you see no crashes? Keep it going. Because I installed the same kernel you did. Oh, you know all NVIDIA, you know all the AMD code names? Oh, good, we're finally compiling the... Oh. Okay. All right, let's make modules install. Chemical flash. You come back here in 3 minutes when you're like, oh shit, it crashed. Oh, by the way, make sure you're running on the GPU. Make sure it's, CLinfo actually returns your GPU. All the bird ones are APUs. Yeah, debug op local is fine. That stuff doesn't really matter. Nope, never mind. I thought we were done, but we had more to do. What's Vega? What's Aldebaran? Are these things new? Like NVIDIA, I can name them, guys. Well, I don't know much about, but I guess it was Kepler before Pascal. And then it was Pascal. And then it was Turing. No. You did Maxwell. It was Kepler, Maxwell, Pascal, Turing, Ampere, Ada. Boom. Do I pass my NVIDIA interview? This build or no? Well, yeah, Pascal is pre-Turing. You don't even have a GSP, bro. Without a GSP, how can you expect to have speed? Oh, wait, have you found all the names? These? So where are the new ones? God, I can't even remember the name. You just told it to me and I can't even remember it. Plum Bonito? Where's Plum Bonito? I can't believe this Steam Deck actually runs Arch. Oh, Beige Gobi?
Not even in here. It's not even in here. Is it in this kernel? Oh. Wow, Habana Labs. Wow, can I buy a Gaudi too? Nope. I can buy a Gaudi 2 men's XL t-shirt. All right, sudo make install. Let's go. It's smaller, and that concerns me. Wow, initRD is huge, though. Why is initRD so big? How much space do I have on the boot partition? Oh, that's my hard drive, never mind. Why is initRD so big? Update grub. No, it should call update grub. We'll see if it doesn't. Oh, okay, dkms is not supported. That's actually fine. Do I want to uninstall dkms? If it didn't build, I guess I don't care. It should be the default grub. I don't know how grub works. Do you don't know how to use grub? How does it know what the default kernel is? Yeah, but how do I know that? All right, YOLO. Oh, grub config. That's smart. Chemical Flash, did you get a crash yet? I bet Arch would have rebuilt my kernel so fast. Oh, it didn't run on GPU. It should definitely run on GPU by default. Run clinfo and see if your GPU shows up. Oh, and then make sure you have Pi opencl installed. Guys. Guys. Oh, okay. Great. I managed to build a kernel. 9-year-old me would be like, wow, I could do that too. Oh, all right. Great. Let's see if it crashes. All right, so by the way, yeah. If you're doing tinygrad stuff, you have to check two things. Check clinfo. And then tinygrad by default does not install PyOpenCL, so you just have to do pip3 install PyOpenCL. That's all you need to support tinygrad, okay? We really don't ask for much. No. It just means that the kernel built, guys. We all knew Linus Torvalds was a genius who actually writes some of the most stable software in the world. You know? Like, nobody doubted that. The core kernel's never going to crash. You're not going to get like a crash trying to free a page. That's only true on GPUs. It'll tell you, by the way, if it's using the GPU. And check your gigaflops. If your gigaflops aren't high, okay. All right. This is trunk. I used to, yeah, okay. So this is a different crash. I've seen this before. Not with the AMD modules. What do you mean? Look at whose work queue it's on. Okay, but no real crash. All right, let's put the RDNA3 card in and see what happens. Here's my RDNA3 card. I'm sending them back. If this doesn't work, they're going back. They're going back. I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know what we're going to do as a company. As tinygrad, because we're giving up on AMD. I don't have documentation for your chip. Documentation for your chips and a stipend. That sounds good. And then I'll fix your drive. Am I asking for too much, guys? Well, you know what? Even better than a stipend, why don't you give me some milestones? Do you want to get a 64? Do you want to get a matmul that can actually go full speed? I can get you a matmul that can go full speed. Okay? Okay, RDNA3 card going in. Barely fits in case. If these get any bigger, the cases are going to have to get bigger. I guess they know this. I guess they designed it just to barely fit in the case. We'll put one screw in it. That's how much faith I have. One screw's worth. I'll make sure I appropriately plug in the stupid power cables. Oh yeah, they face the other way on this GPU. I remember now. You have to plug in the little 2-pin guy and then the 6-pin guy. Okay, you have plenty of power to crash. All right, boot. Here's my RDNA2 card.
I have the boxes. They're going back. They're going back. I'm going to check over in this window. I'm going to go on my Amazon, and we're going to see when my return date for these cards is. Wait, so why am I returning this? Item defective or doesn't work. Okay. We have until May 25th to return them. That's the return day for the GPUs. How do I copy and paste this into here? No. Sketchpad? Is this going to work? Fine. Okay, good. We have a calendar. Okay. This day, we're going to call our day. And we're going to put it right here, because this is the day that these have to be returned by. And we're going to make it red. Ooh, this is a nice app. Sketch.io. Okay. This is trunk. Let's first check. Does it work? Okay, it works. Does it recover? Does it recover? It didn't recover for me. Failed to add hardware queue to MES. MES might be an unrecoverable state. Failed to restore Q2, failed to restore process queue. In addition to this crash. And now it doesn't show up in CL info anymore. Just running CL info breaks it now. All right, where's that resetter thing? I'm going to really try with them here. We're going to try to reset it. Can we reset it? Arch Linux isn't going to fix it, guys. I built the kernel. I built their kernel. I installed the latest ROCm.
By the way, no amount of user space should do this. Like, fine. If I'm in user space and I like nmap the PCIe bar, fine. Then, you know, your kernel driver can crash. Stable now for 2 minutes, but you have crashes. How come you don't have this? I mean, guys, there's one other thing we can try. I'll try the last thing, if you want me to try the last thing. It could potentially be this card. Open an issue on which repo? I'm using the top PCIe slot. I can replicate. I get this crash on both computers, I think. I do get this crash on the other computer, right? Or did I only do the one? I only did the bandwidth test on this computer. Well, this computer is a whole other nightmare. Okay, so where's my sketch? This is our day. And this is today. We're going to make today blue. All right. How long should we give AMD? Weeks is pretty nice. I feel like, no, you see, you can't give them 2 weeks. As long as I hate NVIDIA. No, and then that doesn't give me very long to send it back. I think if we don't hear from them by Friday, we're going to call this Operation Green. Okay? Okay. I made it green. Okay. AMD, by the 12th, I want some sign, okay? I want some sign that you care. I want some sign that you care about your drivers being good, okay? Because so far, I've really seen very little sign. Wait, it works for you, and it never hangs. It never crashes. You can have 2 of them running, and it never crashes. Does my card just not work? What CPU? Which GPU, which CPU, full specs? Wait for this computer to boot. Okay. It's an older AMD. This is the other GPU on the other computer. Very interesting. I could throw in a bandwidth test, but I think that actually will crash it. There is a bug in the driver that was fixed. Wow. Okay. I mean, look, I can't reproduce this here on this one. Okay, let's swap the GPUs. All right, cool. Look, you guys know that I'm rooting for things to work. I'm never rooting against people. Let's swap them. Okay, which computer is gonna have the issue? We're gonna swap them both and turn them both back on. Will it be quiet? Will it be tiny? Will it be neither? Or will it be both? Find out on the next episode of George Hotz Twitch. I have a magnetic screwdriver. This GPU is hot. Computer down. I'm going to reach in with a slot and press on the little tab to do the PCI release. God awful design. Okay. RDNA3 card goes into quiet. Ooh, this will make a good write-up for my blog if it's the card. Because it costs me a lot of time now.
I'll write a little program to check if your card has this issue. And should we short AMD stock? Or is it even worse, some deep interaction with the motherboard, the CPU, and a race condition? Let's find out. Okay. Different GPUs in quiet. Now let's put this GPU in tiny. I just need to try this computer. Gets the one screw treatment. Plug in these 3 wires. Okay. All right. Quiet should be back up. No issue. At least not right away. Guys, do we just have a defective GPU? This is the other computer. This is a different computer, completely different driver. We're going to see the issue on the other computer. Yeah. What if the whole time we just had a subtly defective GPU? Like, you watched me just really, like, scientific method, right? This computer takes forever to boot. But taking forever to boot might actually have to do with one of the GPUs being defective. Guys, it hasn't crashed yet. We were so quick to blame the driver. The poor driver. The interns worked really hard on that driver, guys. And to be fair, I've never had an NVIDIA GPU broken like this. I've had broken NVIDIA GPUs before, but they like just don't turn on. I've never had one that was subtly broken. Isn't it like a 1K motherboard? This motherboard was, oh, one of the RAM was, I knocked out one of the RAMs while I was doing this, so it might not have all the RAM. I plugged it back in. Hopefully RAM is hot pluggable. What RAM do I have? Wow, okay. RAM's super reliable. Okay, moment of truth. We have no crash on either of them yet. I know. Okay, this computer with the latest driver, I expect to also be able to do bandwidth tests. Oh. No. That killed it. But now I can't reproduce. You saw me like unplug and replug and reseat it multiple times, so it's not that. I didn't change any BIOS settings. Okay, well, it does still have that crash, but that's a different crash. This kernel doesn't have that crash. Oh, nope, there we go. MES might be in an unrecoverable state, and it's the other computer. I think that GPU is defective. I switched GPUs on both PCs, and we just reproduced it on the one that had the broken GPU in it. Yep. It seems like that's caused by a broken GPU. Let's reboot this, and let's try the same test on it. No, I don't have any more. I have 2. but I did have to run 4 to trigger it. So we'll reboot this again. I went back to kernel 6.2, which doesn't seem to have any fixes. How fast can I get one delivered? Well, I gotta send this one back. I have one that works. It seems like I have one that works. Like, this is the really problematic crash. The other crashes are normal. The other crash is, like, clear. Is it boot or not? No, I'm still upset. And honestly, I still want to hear from AMD that they care. I just want AMD to be like, we care, and we're going to fix this. You're gonna boot or not? I feel like did it not shut down? It's not shut down. Wait. Which fix are you talking about? Wait, what are you talking about? I'm not even... I'm not even using this compiler. While true, do that. Done. While true. While true, do that. Done. While true, do that. Done. While true, do that. Done. Sudo dmessage-w. Okay, that's a normal crash. Fine. Unexpectedly invalid is fine. No, I did post a really cool way to crash a computer with 240 night. No. It's not the GPU. Reproduced on both. Just a race. I don't even know what you linked to here. This is a compiler for shaders. I'm not even using this. I'm using LVM. But also, this doesn't explain failed to add hardware queue to faulty... I know. So it seems like chemical flash. Try running 4. It seems like 2 it's just a race. It seems like 2 just doesn't always hit it. All right. So where's my sketch pad? All right. So it is today, May 6th. On May 12th, I need to hear by May 12th. So we're actually going to move Operation Green over here because I think I'm going to New York for a bit. And I'm not going to have my GPUs sitting in a computer here deprecating and losing money while I'm running a boring opencl kernel in a loop. Why do you think... Okay, well, this is the last day I can return my RDNA 3 GPUs. Like, guys, I want chat, I want you to be honest with me right now. Did I give them the benefit of the doubt? I like really tried here, right? Like, this is not some thing I'm gonna find, you know what I mean? Like the other crash, look, I will forgive a crash if I can reproduce it. I will try trunk. I will try a whole bunch of different versions. Really what I'm hoping for is chemical flash, if you're still here, if you could reproduce this. Try a different motherboard. I tried 2 different motherboards with 2 completely different architectures. I've tried 4 different kernel versions now. No, I didn't. Yeah, I can get Stable Diffusion working too. I'll show you. I get Stable Diffusion working. Stable Diffusion runs right now. I just got to reboot this fucking computer. Stable Diffusion runs inside of this. No, it's not. It's not a. Can I push the full D message to GitHub? Sure. I mean, I don't think you need any more full than that. That's the full thing. No, I don't. I'm not using fucking riser cables. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. There's no risers on any of them. They're plugged both into very nice motherboards. This computer's all built out of new stuff. No used stuff. It's been completely stable in everything else I've done. Throw it on Gist. Like, I'm never gonna find this. What do you, okay, let's start with what's a mess? What's a mess that failed to respond? Like, I appreciate that it's open source, and a lot of stuff is open source, but like, this stuff's not. What's taking off like a rocket right now? Oh, my CPU or something, I don't know.
No. Oh, it's AMD's hardware scheduler. Great. Thank you. And you know this. It's a new micro engine scheduler. Does it have a secret? Documentation. Document all this. Or link me to documentation. But no wonder no one uses rocm-PyTorch. Thanks, ChatGPT. No, I didn't install any bloatware. The AMD... Oh! Yeah! Five shells, no crash. Hey, this guy's crashing. 5 shells, no crash. Okay, okay. By the way, check what's your average gigaflops? Is your average gigaflop something like 13? If your average gigaflops isn't something like 13, you're not really running on the GPU or something. It could be related to power management. Okay. All right, we're going to give that a try. BIOS on both computers? I don't think so. Yeah, 5 loops, it can get a little bit slower. VBIOS. Oh, you mean the VBIOS. Oh. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if the the AMD VBIOSes do more. Let me see if there's a newer one. Wait, so like... I don't know if I can put the reference design one in. Okay, let's try this. Why is yours not crashing? Oh, same problem. All right, how do we check the VBIOS? Something like rocm-smi. Have to install that. Great, now it's stuck drawing 148 watts. Oh, okay. Whoa, that recovered it. Okay, well, it's recoverable. There's a comment at the bottom of that same issue with 10 command lines. This looks different. Seen this one? It doesn't look related.
Try some bandwidth tests. I know this is why NVIDIA's... I've never had anything like this with NVIDIA. Alright, I'm a lot happier now that I can reset it. We found a kernel that isn't awful. Let me see if resetting works on this guy. Alright. This one can't rocm-bandwith-test, can it? This one on this kernel will rocm-bandwith-test and fail. Yeah, okay, we get that, and that's a real crash. So we gotta go to the other kernel. Now we're going to put the two cards back in the computer that's supposed to have the two cards.
We're going to install the most stable kernel I found yet. And we're going to see if we have a sane development environment. And if we do, I don't know. AMD, I would just appreciate if you cared. That's all. I would also appreciate acknowledgement of not caring. I would also, I mean, more like, do you want this? Does AMD want this? Does AMD want their cards to be beloved by machine learning enthusiasts everywhere? Yeah, Wall Sleep 5, do rocm-smi? No. I don't know if this is still running. What's this doing? Tar segfaulted? Oh, now you just broke my whole kernel. You do some tens. If you think Nvidia's bad, if you think AMD's bad, I mean. Like there was no issue. There's like there's multiple different crashes of varying amounts of annoyance. But at least resetting the GPU works to get around that. I haven't been able to put this GPU in an unrecoverable state yet, which I guess is the bar. As low as it may be, I guess that's the bar. I don't even know what the mess is. I'd probably be better off just disabling it. mess do we have loaded? Where's the mess? What's data? Oh, what instruction set is it? Well, it's not encrypted, at least. Is it signed? Wait, what? How are there so few strings? Is that a signature? Looks like a signature. No, it's already installed. All right. Do bin walk. I have bin walk. Oh, so wait, it seems like, oh. Can I turn it off? Wait, I might be able to disable the mess. Do we need a mess? Can I disable the mess? Oh, what? I already did that. I want to do it again. Rocm doesn't work without mess. Line 137. Oh, what line 137? Storm Frosty, how do you know so much about this stuff? Yeah, I added myself to the video group. Oh, you worked on it? Oh, cool. Which one? The current runtime or the old one? I know there's like two completely different ones. There's the one in the Pro and the one not in Pro. Okay, but so it seems like they introduced MES in... Oh, Navi 10? What's Sienna Chai Child? Oh, this is Navi 21. So this is the big Navi. MES has been there since 2020. Doesn't look like it. I only see a MES for 10 and 11. Okay, we're going to try our best to make the new computer crash. This is due to virtualization being enabled in BIOS. I'll check that. I'll go into the BIOS of this computer. Unfortunately, yeah, I have to enable the graphics from... How do I check if virtualization is enabled? No, that's not going to do it. I'm pretty sure my IOMMU is disabled. Okay, let me, I don't know what this is going to do to the stream, but let me just go to that computer. Oh, well, first off, okay. First thing I want to do is check to see if we can crash it and like crash it beyond repair. It's fine if we get recoverable errors, but if we get unrecoverable errors, we can't use that computer. Okay, we got this error. Might be okay. Okay, that recovers. Okay, they recover, but do it quickly again. Wait, failed to reg IRQ wait? That's new. No, and I've entirely locked the computer. Hard reboot. All right, let's go into BIOS. I touched the fan. Is it back? Yeah, okay. The problem is basically, if I switch my monitor, my USB things also connect to that computer. I don't think it's that. All right, guys. I hate sending them back. It was a sketch. I must have opened something else in the sketch one, and I'm never going to find it. Oh, here it is. We send the GPUs back. All right, I'm going to switch. I'm going to go into BIOS, and I'm going to enable BIOS so we can see it here, okay? I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. All right, virtualization was enabled. I also set the graphics to be the onboard graphics in hopes that we can connect through the BMC. There is onboard graphics in here. I understand there's none on epyc, but there's a BMC that contains a really crappy little graphics card. See if we got more PCI errors. Yeah, look, we get PCI errors again. I don't know what those are. But I now don't think they're related to anything really PCI. Let's see if we can connect. Where's the remote control HS viewer? Request full access? Full permission. Master session. Where's the master? Oh, great. It works. Okay. We've disabled virtualization. We'll start with some bandwidth tests this time. Now let's start some of these guys up. A new error. That's a different error. Crashed one rocm-bandwith test. Oh, MES errors. One of them worked. Page vaults here. This one's still working. Three working. Until I run a bandwidth test. Go into BIOS. I don't know what those crashes were. Oh, I've never even seen this before. Oh, this is cool. Wait, I want to go into BIOS. No, don't configure firmware. Send keys. Delete key. Control-Alt-Delete? I don't want no slave permission. Okay, I don't know if the keyboard works. The keyboard doesn't work. How do I enable the keyboard? Where'd the login go? How come the keys don't work? I hate all these non-subscribers. I can't send keys. Can't even reset the server? No, this is wrong. I am admin. Do they not know that? I am admin. No, I don't have... Oh, yes. Now I have full access. Oh, now I can type. Oh, you cannot stop me now. I'm not using the JViewer, okay? I hate Java. Password's tiny, by the way. Great, even on the way out, it's crashing the... We're going to all look through the BIOS together. I disabled virtualization. We'll check for IOMMUs and anything else. I really like that I can actually see what it's doing now. Where's my BIOS? No. Not using the JViewer. I hate the JViewer. Should I just set the key to keys to Japanese and pretend it's the JViewer? Try Vast AI. Oh my god. I have a subscriber saying this.
You know that the point of the stream is never to do the thing on the stream, guys. If we wanted to do the thing on the stream, I'd buy fucking A100s. But we're poor, so I'd buy 3090s, which work great. This is a 3080, but I'd buy 3090s. Or 4090s. They're both great choices for machine learning. It was not a great choice for machine learning. 7900 XTX. Only an idiot would buy this to do machine learning, right? Right? You know what's even stupider than buying? You know how I made fun of all the people who bought 4080s? And I said you were stupid? You know what's even stupider than buying 4080s? Buying a 7900 XTX. And you know what's even stupider than that? Buying 2 of them. And that's what I did, okay? That's what I did. I bought 2 of them. We'll let the non-subscribers comment on that. I bought 2 of them, and now I'm sitting here in HS Viewer, staring at this screen that says no signal. Now my HS Viewer is gone. I'm trying No, I'm not downloading JViewer. Our JViewer was worse than I thought it would be. All right. Entering setup. Zoom in. Oh, yes. Oh, don't you love that zooming in cuts off part of the screen? Zoom out. Zoom normal. All right. Well, I'm sorry it's small. It's small for me, too. All right. So I disabled SVM mode. BIOS ramp. I disabled, okay, so I disabled SVM mode and that didn't fix anything. By the way, if anyone would like to tell me where boot delay is, I'd love to turn it off, but unfortunately it's not real. Check resizable bar. This BIOS doesn't have anything for it, but above 4G decoding is on and SRIOV is disabled. Which I think is what you want. No, this isn't AMD. This is just what... See, look, boot wait time is 0. Oh, there's some more PCI shit here. Like, I can disable RE. My IOMMU is disabled. Those things are auto, which I don't know why. Yeah, we're gonna edit config.sys, right? Alright, guys.
Oh, you know what? I can actually disable that. At least we'll disable something. That's a good point. Wait for BMC. Disabled. Boss. Don't I quit? Guys, look. I can't undo 10 years of crappy drivers in a stream. Okay? Where's my calendar? Bringing the calendar back up. No, I can't. I can't. I'm gonna screw the computer back together and then cry. And then, no, actually I'm gonna return my GPUs. Guys, I hate NVIDIA. We can't just switch to NVIDIA. Okay, this is my last plea. This is my plea to AMD. Like, we can make this come work. Hire the tiny corp. We can make the ML experience on your GPUs so good. NVIDIA isn't perfect. Shoved their driver into a binary blob. You are open source. I want to believe. But it's so frustrating when the kernel driver doesn't even work. Let's open source the docs. Green driver, just for deep learning. Let's build computers with 30 GPUs all working together. Let's make that experience pip installable. I bought 2 of these GPUs because I wanted to leave so much. Imagine NVIDIA is 5x your market cap. Their driver is 5x more stable. Apple is 5x NVIDIA's market cap. Their driver is 5x more stable than NVIDIA's. 25x more stable. What if we wrote a 100x more stable driver? Let's
even CL peak. By the way, if you guys didn't see this, this is I'm gonna turn that computer off. Is this computer boot? This is CL peak on that on that AMD GPU. Like I don't even know why I'm trying. CL peak, which literally does the stupidest it literally does the stupidest thing to get the flops. It promised me 61 and it delivered me 34. And I'm being generous here because sometimes it only gets 30. Let's get all the flops. I will get you on ML-perf next November. You guys know ML-perf? All right, so let's see who's on ML-perf right now. NVIDIA, AMD, sorry, no, that's the CPU. No, that's Intel. Wow, they use their own CPU. There's two companies on there right now. NVIDIA and Intel. I will get you on ML-perf next November. Yeah, I'm sure ARC is worse. Let me tell you how I know ARC is worse. Let me tell you how I know it's worse, okay? Guys, it's very simple. The ARC driver actually manages to be 10% worse than the AMD driver. Am I covering any of that? You can just know. Because you'll look at the market caps of the companies. Next November's not past the Singularity. The Singularity is not for another 15 years. All right, guys. Kind of a sad, depressing stream. We'll take one last look at the this and the calendar. We're gonna get rid of Operation Green from the calendar. Look, I don't want Operation Green to happen. I don't like Operation Green. We're gonna delete it, okay? This is today. All right, that's our day. Something needs to change between today and our day. Something. We need the universe to send a sign. We need AMD to send a sign. That's all we need is a sign. We need a sign that they care. We need a sign that they care to prevent our day from happening. All right? Our day is the last day that I'm allowed to return these RDNA3 GPUs. No, there's not going to be an Operation Green. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna close the Tiny Corp. We're gonna close the Tiny Corp. We just wait. RDNA4? Do you want it to be? Do you want it to be a? Am I running CL-perf in rocm? Yeah, I installed rocm-CL. We can beat them. You got a new GPU plan this year? It's usually every 2, is it not? When did these come out? And Nvidia does it every 2, so we're not going to get 5090s until 2024. No, why do you think? I don't think so. Big Navi came out at the end of 2020. This is the card I have.
Next November is not 2024. Wow. Wow. Can we just read this tweet? All RDNA3 refresh cancel. All RDNA3 skew misperform an efficient target. RDNA3 bad all platform. Jensen win. We will end the stream with a picture of Jensen taking a GPU oven. No. No. I want, yes. Here is Jensen taking a GPU out of the oven in his house. This guy wins. This guy wins, AMD. This guy wins. Jensen win. Jensen win. The Tiny Corp can fix it, but we need a sign. Thank you, everybody, for watching my stream. And I'm sorry. No, we have not fucked NVIDIA. No. Jensen. There's a picture of Jensen taking a GPU out of an oven. Yep. That's just. Good night, everybody. We don't hate AMD. We just want them to be better. We just want them to erase the smug look from Jensen's face when he's taking a GPU out of a fucking oven. You know how much those things cost? Are those H100s? Are those H100s? You know how much they cost? 40 racks, bro. 40 racks. I could buy a Tesla. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Teslas instead of that board. There's 8 Teslas. All right. Yeah, that oven doesn't look cheap either. Yeah. Do we have a picture of Lisa Sue's oven? Can we bring up a picture of Lisa Sue's oven? You know, I don't think they're all gas range. Let's make your drivers good. You know, that's right. Look at this nice ass oven, man. Play the video? No, I can't play the video. It's copyrighted. I don't know if it's copyrighted, but we can't play the video.